ըստ երևույթին տրամաբանական հատվածում եզրահանգել, որ ես կարող եմ իր հետ խոսել ոնց ուզենամ։ Բայց երեխեք, սա մի շատ կարևոր մաս կա իմ կարծիքով, շատ կարևոր է թե ինչ վերաբերում եք ցույց տալի առաջին հերթին ձեզ համար, որ եթե հիմա ես ինչ որ մեկին այստեղից տեղից կգորամ, թե ես ջանով կդիմեմ, թե ես ուղակի կոչ կանեմ ինչ որ մի բան անել, դա խոսում է իմ մասին, ոչ թե դիմացինի մասին, իմ վերաբերմունքի մասին։ Եթե ես փողոցում մի հատ մեկ տենամ վաղ անեմ կամ եթե ինչ որ մեկին տենամ ձեռ առնեմ, դա այդ մարդուց չի, դա ինձնից է, որովհետև դա իմ վերաբերմունքն է իր նկատմամբ, դա իմ մեջի կեղտն է, դա իմ մեջի դրականն է, որ ես հանում եմ այդ պահին, ճպցնում եմ այդ մարեսական բանականությունը, կլինի այս դեպքում, կլինի մարդը, կլինի մեքենան, ցանկացած երևույթի կլինեք դուք, հետեւաբար արհեստական բանականության հետ օրինակ ես որ դիմում եմ, ես այդ շատ քաղաքավարի եմ, այնպես եմ ինչպես որ իմ ներսն է, երբ որ շատ ջղանացած եմ բլում, շատ ջղանացած ուղիղ գրում եմ ասում քյասալ պատասխանը դու առանց բարեբար լուսի։ Այսինքն ես չեմ նայում, ստեղ հիմա ինքը դիմացինս հասկանա թե չի հասկանում, ես դրա մասին չեմ էլ ուզում մտածել։ Այդ բանը ես իմ ցանկությունն է իրան այդպես դիմելու, դա իմ վերաբերմունքն է, դա իմ մեջի դրականն ու բացասականն է, ես հանում եմ ու իրան եմ տալիս։ Այնպես որ վերաբերմունքի հարցը կարծում եմ առավել էթիկետի դաշտում է եւ քանի որ այսօրվա մեր այսպես ասած քննարկումը դրա շրջանակն է, իմիջիայլոց Թումո ջան, շատ մերսի, երբեք չեմ տեսել էթիկետի մասին, AI մասին 1000 ու մի տեսել եմ կոնֆերանս, բայց էթիկետի, էթիկայի մասին ընդհանրապես չեմ տեսել որևէ կոնֆերանս, այնպես որ ապրիլ Թումո։ Համեց կներեք։ Երկար է։
Ինչպես եք նայում AI-ին որպես ընկեր։ Այն կարող է ձեզ համար պոտենցիալ ընկեր հանդիսանալ իր աջակցությամբ, հոգատարությամբ եւ արդյոք դուք կարող եք նրան վստահել հաշվի առնելով, որ այն ամեն ինչին նայում եք գլոբալ տեսանկյունից։
Ինձ համար AI-ը մի տեսակ մանրավորված է սրանից, այդ արդեն շատ լավ է։
Այդ շատ վտանգավոր թեմա է իրականում, ոնց որ աշխարհը գնում է այն ուղղությամբ, որ մարդիկ գնալով ավելի միայնակ են լինում, ավելի քիչ է ստեղծվում առիթներ ընկերների հետ շփվում, դուք ստեղծիր, որովհետև գալիս եք Թումո, իրար հետ շփվում եք, ընկերներն եք ու Հայաստանում երևի այդ խնդիրը այդքան շատ չի, չնայած գնալով ավելի ու ավելի վատ կողմ է գնում, բայց ոնց է մարդու երջանկության համար շատ կարևոր է որ իրական բանականության հետ բարբերաբար ունենա շփում։
Can you hear me?
Բնական ոնց որ բանականության հետ լինի ոնց որ պատկանի ինչ որ խմբի լինի այդ խմբի ինչ որ մաս դուք ձեր ընկերների հետ եք շփվում։
Can you speak something?
Իրենց կարծիքները բարբերաբար լսում, իրենցից մեկ-մեկ
No,
նեղանում,
I cannot hear you.
Արհեստական բանականությունը
This is maybe something with a setting like the audio settings because I cannot hear you. But you can hear me, right?
Փոխարինող ընկերոջ ու իրական շփումների փոխարինող
You can hear me, but I cannot hear you.
Որովհետև
Can you maybe check the settings, please?
Ինքը ինչու չունի էմոցիաներ, ես կարող եմ
So maybe so in the audio section maybe you can check if you are connected to the microphone.
Բայց պետք է չընկնենք այն trap-ը
Our technical guys to help you here.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, so you need to choose your audio input and microphone from the left side. Could you see the audio button there?
Հիշենք որ ինքը առանձին մտածել չի կարող մենք ենք ստիպում իրան մտածել այս կամ այն ուղղությամբ ու մենք ենք ոնց որ human state-ը հա ես մի քիչ մասնագիտական տերմիններով խոսում ոնց որ փորձեմ ավելի ոնց որ մանրամասնել թե ամեն անգամ երբ որ մենք իրան տալիս ենք ինչ որ ինֆորմացիա ինչ որ ձևով մեր մասին ենք պատմում եւ այլն մենք ապահովում ենք այն state-ը թե հետագայում ինքը ինչ հավանականություններով մեզ կտա ինչ որ պատասխան արհեստական բանականությունը այս պահին, չնայած ես մի քիչ դեմ եմ դաժե այդ տերմինին, այն ինչի հետ մենք առնչվում ենք, դրանք ընդհանրապես լեզվի մոդելներ են, որոնք իմ հավանականությունները տալիս են մեզ տեքստային, բավական coherent, լավ տեքստային պատասխաններ, բայց իրան մեջ իմ կարծիքով շատ վտանգավոր է անկեր փնտրելը։
Ես մի հետաքրքիր
Can we try one more time, please?
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
No,
we cannot hear you.
Այստեղ ներկա հանդիսատեսներ շատ հետաքրքիր տարիքում է գտնվում, երբ որ ձևավորվում են կյանքի ընկերներ, հա, մի վտանգավոր բան օրինակ, եթե արհեստական բան ունեք ընկեր, որը իրականում ձեր մասին հոգ չի տանում, բայց շատ լավ կարող է ձևացնել, որ հոգ է տանում ձեր մասին, հա, այսինքն միմիկան էլ, mimicry, հա, ցույց տալ, որ հոգ է տանում եւ դա ինչ եմ այդպես ասում, որովհետեւ եթե շատ բարձունակ կերպով ներկայացնենք, թե ինչպես է աշխատում արհեստական բանականությունը, հա, նա ստանում է ինչ-որ տվյալներ, հարցի տեսքով, ձևային տեսքով, հա, ինչ-որ input-ի տեսքով, հետո մաթեմատիկայի ուղղակի միջոցով ասում է այ ամենահավանական բանը, որը պետք է սրան ի պատասխան ասել, ինչն է, հա, օրինակ դուք ասում եք, վայ, գիտեք, իմ տրամադրությունը այսօր շատ վատ է, ինք ասում է դե ամենահավանական պատասխանն է երևի որևիցե բանով կարող եմ օգնել, հա, կրկին, սա շատ հետաքրքիր դեբատ է, որովհետև նաև գալիս է այն դեբատը, թե մեր մեջ, այսինքն բնական բանականության մեջ այդ compassion կոչվողը էմպաթիան, հա, ինչ է իրենից ներկայացնում, բայց երևի պետք է շատ կարևոր է գիտակցել, որ եթե դուք նույնիսկ շփվում եք արհեստական բանականության հետ որևէ ինֆորմատիվ հարթությունից դուրս, այսինքն էմոցիոնալ հարթությունում, հա, կամ ինչ-որ պլաններ եք իրար հետ իր հետ շատ հստակ գիտակցեք, թե ինչպես է մեխանիզմը աշխատում, հա, մոտիվացիան պատասխանի որտեղից է, մոտիվացիան ստատիստիկական է, հա, այսինքն ստատիստիկան այդպես է գնահատվում, ինչը շատ հնարավոր է, որ որոշ մարդկանց հետ դուք շփվեք, կրկին այդպես է լինի, դա բացառված չի, հա, այսինքն երբ որ դուք մարդկանց հետ շփվում եք, իրենց հետ էլ բոլոր պատասխանները այնպես չէ, որ մաքուր էմպաթիայից կամ այլ ինչ-որ էմոցիոնալ կետերից են, կան մարդիկ, որոնք նույնպես այդպես են անում, որոնք այդ էմոցիաներին օրինակ չեն տիրապետում եւ ուղղակի ձեր հետ շփվում են, հա, ուղղակի պետք է հստակ գիտակցել, որ արհեստական բանականությունը միշտ է այդպես անում։
Իմ մոտ գիտեք բավարարություն է, որ շատ մարդիկ կան արդեն իսկ արհեստական բանականությամբ ես լրիվ մռնում եմ իմ գործընկերներին, որտեղ դուք ավելի տեխնիկական ոլորտից եք, բայց ես AI-ից ուզում եմ կամ դեպի մարդ։
Հոնով էլի փորձի, հա։
Մենակության զգացումը դա մարդու զգացումն է։ Դուք կարող եք մենակ լինել ֆիզիկապես, բայց չունենալ մենակության զգացում։
Restrictions I
կարող եք
cannot
անապահով միջավայրում ունենալ շատ ապահով զգացումներ։ Ես շատ ծայրահեղ բաներ եմ ասում իրականում, բայց ուղղակի ասում եմ, պատկերացնենք, այնպես որ
Can you say something? No, we cannot hear you.
Ընկերով այլն այս կոնցեպցիաները հարստացնենք, ոչ թե փոխենք։ Այս կոնցեպցիայի լիցքը գուցե պետք է հարստանա, երեխեք, եթե մենք AI-ի առջև բացվել ենք, մեր հոգեբանությունը այս բնական բանականությունը Եվ այո, իսկապես կարելի է իմ ընկերը լինի։ Ես կարող եմ ուղղակի օքեյ լինեմ իր հետ, ես ոչ մեկ էլ չուզենամ շփվել։ Ես կարող եմ ուզենամ արհեստական բանականություն հոգեբան, արհեստական բանականություն չգիտեմ ինչ։ Բայց ինձ օքեյ լինի, եկեք չբացառենք դա։ Ես կարող եմ ուղղակի օքեյ լինեմ, միշտ իմանամ իմ հետ իմ պոմպով իրան ման եմ տալ, հեռախոսից մեջ է այդ ախպերս, իրան զանգում եմ, գրում եմ, ինքը ինձ պատասխանում է, ես չգիտեմ, ձևեր է թափում, ձևեր չթափում, մաթեմատիկան է տակը, մաթեմատիկան չի, բայց ես ստանում եմ ինչ-որ պատասխաններ իրանից, ու ինձ կարա բավարարի, եւ ես կարող եմ ընդհանրապես այդ մենակության զգացումը կոմպենսացնել։ Եկեք առնվազն չբացառենք, նույնիսկ եմ ասում, մարդու պերսպեկտիվայից։ Արդյոք ինքը կունենա սոցիալական հետևանք, միանշանակ ունենալու է։ Կփոխենք ընկերներ, կձեռք բերենք, կփոխվի այդ ընկերոջ կոչված վիճակը, չգիտեմ, այդ ընկերոջ ու իմ արանքում կսկսի AI-ը արդեն մասնակցել, ես չեմ կարող ասել, բայց սրանց առջև ես կարծում եմ պետքա բաց լինել, ըստ երևույթին AI-ը sense կամած քայլերով ազարգանում նրա համար, որ մենք մի քիչ բաց լինենք, սովոր լինենք, որտեղ ի տարբերություն արհեստական բանականության, մեր բանականությունը ինքը շատ շահկապված է կամքով, էմոցիաներով, այսինքն այդ հույզերը մի ահռելի մեծ դաշտ է։ Ինտուիցիա ասածով, որը մենք ինքներս մարդիկս լավ չենք ուսումնասիրել, մինչև վերջ չգիտենք դա ինչ է, բայց մենք ուզում ենք դրա արհեստական
տարբերակներ։ Մենք Ժոլինի հետ դեռ ձայնի խնդիր ունենք, իրան չենք կարող տեսնել։
Ուզում ասեմ, մարդու մոտ շատ ավելի շերտավոր է, հետևաբար շատ ավելի երկար ու դանդաղ է տերյուն։
Քինոթին մեր առաջ բերենք, իրան հասնենք, տեսնենք։
Մի քիչ թողային ավելի արագ կզարգանա, երևի դուք ավելի
Սեթինգները ճիշտ է,
բայց ոնց ասեմ,
որ չի
շատ կուզենայի մարդու պրիզմայով նայել։
Գոհարին կարա առաջ։
Կներեք մի հավելում եմ, բաց լինելը հրաշալի է, կարծում եմ շատ լավ ամփոփեցիք։
Մի հատ բայց տեխնիկական հետ խոսա էլի։
Threshold-ը միշտ ունենալ ու իմանալ, որ կախվածություն երբեք պետք դրան ամենավտանգավորը հենց AI-ի հետ ընկերանալու է, որ ինքը միշտ հասանելի է։
Okay, ինչ անենք։
Նոր փշերտ կա, եթե չափանցնես, նա կախվածություն, որովհետև միշտ կարելի է իրան գրել, միշտ կարելի է իրանից պատասխան ստանալ, այդ էնդորֆիններ արտադրել, որպես լավ ընկեր առանց ոչ մի բան տալու իրան։ Հաստատ ինքը ընկեր է, որին պետք չի ոչինչ տալ, բայց կարելի է անվերջ ստանալ, իսկ այդ ինչ որ վտանգավոր սահման է, որը չարժի անցնել։ Բաց լինելը հրաշալի է, բայց
ասես մի հատ ուրիշ կոմբ ունես,
շատ ավելի մեծ ներդրում են կյանքում, քան AI-ները։
Փոքրել հավելում անեմ։
Դուրս եկա նույնիսկ մտած չէ։
Կարանք ասենք, հա։ Ես նկատեցի այս բանը, խոսում ենք բացառապես այս սերնդի արհեստական բանականության մասին, որը մաթեմատիկական մոդել է, հա։ Փորձեր կան եւ հաշվողական տեխնիկայի զարգացման զուգընթաց մենք փորձելու ենք մարդկությունը փորձելու է կրկնօրինակել բուն ուղեղը, հա, իր ամբողջ կառուցվածքով։ Մենք հիմա որոշ հատկանիշներ ուղեղի նեյրոնային ցանցի փորձում ենք մաթեմատիկական կերպով, բայց մենք թողա փորձենք ստանալ ամբողջական ուղեղի կրկնօրինակումը, որը մարդիկ փորձում են մեխանիկական կերպով ստանալ եւ էլ ավելի բարդելու այդ էթիկական խնդիրը դուզել։ Որ ես լրիվ համաձայն եմ այն բանի հետ, որ մենք պետք է այդ հարցը դիտարկենք ու չենք կարող շատ միանշանակ պատասխան տալ գոնե ապագայի համար, էլի։
Այստեղ ուղղակի թեման շատ մեծ է, էթիկական հարց կա, եւ մենք խոսեցինք ընկերների եւ արդյոք կփոխարինեն թե ոչ, եւ չափի զգացման մասին, սիրելին ես մենք չափի
զգացումը հետո պանելն էլ առաջ
Ես մաման պապան հաճախ չեն ասել չափի զգացումը, չափերը տանցնում ես։
Պանելն ենք, այս քինոսն
են առաջ։ Հարց լավ, այդ ստանդարտը որն է։ Երևի թե մեր մեծագույն դժվարությունը, եթե կարող եմ այդպես ասել, կանում է նրանում, որ մենք ունենք անսահման հնարավորություններ, սահմանափակ մարմին եւ չափի զգացման բացակայություն։ Այստեղ արդեն խնդիրը արհեստական բանականությունը չի։ Այստեղ ցանկացած գործիք, որ մարդուն տրվում է, տալուց առաջ բարոյապես պետք է պատրաստել։ Բարոյապես զսպվածությունը չի եւ այլն, այդ բարոյապես ասածը երբեմն մի քիչ շատ նեղ ենք ընկալում։ Այսինքն այստեղ շատ լուրջ խնդիր կա, դու այդ ատոմը կիսես մարդուն սպանելու համար, թե մարդուն հոսանք տալու համար։ Այստեղ շատ բարոյական լուրջ հարց կա։ Հիմա խնդիրը էլի AI-ը չի։ Չգիտեմ, բենզին օգտագործես մարդուն վառելու համար, թե վառելիք որպես օգտագործես, որ տրանսպորտը աշխատի։ Այսինքն ստեղ մարդուն, գիտեք խնդիրը ինչու՞մն է, քանի որ էթիկայի հարցն ենք քննարկում։ Ցավոք դպրոցներում, ես չգիտեմ, քանիսը տեք էթիկա անցնում ընդհանրապես, հասարակագիտություն կա, բայց ասենք էթիկան բերել նաև մեր վարքագիծ, հա, այսինքն լավ, ես ոնց վարվեմ ինչ որ գործիքի հետ, երեխեք, դրա համար օրինակի համար այս արհեստական բանականությանը կգա մի հատ էլ արհեստական բանականություն ինչ որ անձի կամ չգիտեմ ինչ, որը որ ձեզ փորձի զսպել։ Այսինքն եթե մենք տեսնում ենք մարդը բարոյական առումով իր վարքագծի նկատմամբ վերահսկող չէ, մենք սկսում ենք արհեստական գործիքներ դնել մարդու վրա, արհեստական սահմանափակումներ, հա, այսինքն բարոյական նորմերը դարձնում ենք իրավական օրենքներ, կանոններ։ Այսինքն այստեղ շատ լուրջ հարց առաջանում, լավ, այս AI-ը որ ցենց ականալոգնա կարող է, մենք մարդկանց պետք է նախապատրաստենք, որ AI-ը, որտեղ դու չես կարող միլիոնների միայն իրավական այսպես սահմանափակումով դնել ու ասել, ցենց արեցիր խփելու է գլխի։ Դու պետք է նաև բարոյապես պատրաստես, որ գիտես AI-ը դու կարաս օգտագործես։ Դու փոքր ես, ուցե կարաս օգտագործես քո դասը AI-ով անես, բայց դու դրանից ոչինչ չես շահի։ Քեզ պետք չի այդ դասը, եթե դու իր միջոցով ես անելու։ Կամ կարաս անես իր միջոցով քեզ օգտի, բայց վերջում եթե դու սա չարեցիր, իմաստ չունի քո դասը, այսինքն ինքնանպատակ չի։ Սա բարոյական դասերություն է, որ դու երեխու դասը բացատրում ես, որ քո դասի գնալը պարտադրանք չի, սա զուտ այնքան որ ինչ որ քննություն անցնելու համար չի։ Դեր համար դու պետք է սովորես, որ հետո օգտագործես դու AI-ին օգտագործում ես չափավոր, բայց եթե քեզ տրված է գիտակցություն, որ չէ մենակ հաղթես, չէ մենակ շուտ հասնես, չէ մենակ անես, այս անտերից պետք չէ մենակ տածնեմ, այո դու AI-ը միանգամից օգտագործել ես ու շատ վատ պատահական, դու չես սովորել դրանից ոչ մի։
Another
Էլի գալիս են բարոյական ասպեկտ, մարդկային տիրույթ, եթե դու մարդու վրա աշխատում ես, ստանում ես նաև AI-ի օգտագործման, այսպես այս տարբերակում միայն դրական, արդյունավետ նպատակ։
Trying to get you on the desktop. So our suggestion would be, can you restart your notebook one more time and try to rejoin?
Try to use laptop to log in again.
Now we cannot hear you.
So you want me to use my laptop to join
because you can, right? Yeah, because you were planning to use a
առհասարակ տվյալների անձնական տվյալների պաշտպանությունը շատ կարևոր թեմա է, որովհետև շրջապատում եմ մարդիկ, անգամ մարդիկ, որոնք շատ լավ են հասկանում, թե ոնց է աշխատում AI-ը, ոնց են հավաքվում տվյալները, որոնք իրենց շատ անձնական ինֆորմացիան իրենց հիվանդությունների մասին, ինֆորմացիան իրենց շատ անձնական թեմաների մասին վստահում են language մոդելների ու անգամ language մոդելների միջոցով Նախ սկսենք նրանից, որ այդ տվյալները առհասարակ անկախ դուք տալիս եք AI-ին, տալիս եք Google-ին, տալիս եք ինչ-որ բաց համակարգի, երբեմն դուք անգամ համաձայնություն եք տվել դրա, որ
It's okay if I just use the phone to present, then you play the PPT from your side.
Չեն օգտագործվելու անձնապես ձեր դեմ, բայց այդ տվյալները դուք հասանելի եք դարձնում ամբողջ աշխարհին, թե ոնց կօգտագործվել այդ տվյալները արդեն հարցի մյուս կողմն է, բայց լիքը դեպքեր են եղել, հենց նույն ChatGPT-ից, որ տվյալները ոնց որ շատ անձնական փակ տվյալներ, օրինակ, չգիտեմ, մի քանի տարի առաջ Twitter-ի user-ների ID-ներն էր լիք եղել, շատ անձնական տվյալներ հենց մոդելներ train անել, մոդելներ fine tune անել համար։ Հասկանանք, մենք okay ենք արդյոք այն տվյալի հետ, որ կիսում ենք ChatGPT-ի հետ, որտեղ քանի դեռ դուք ձեր ինֆորմացիան կիսում եք ինչ-որ մեկի հետ, իմացեք, որ այդ ինֆորմացիան այդ բանից չի, փորձեք մաքսիմալ ոնց է գիտակցաբար մոտենալ այդ հարցին, ու նաև մի հատ բան է, քանի որ հիվանդությունների օրինակը բերեցի, բացարձակապես 100% վստահ եք բնականաբար մոդելներին, համ ձեր տվյալների կիրառման, համ ձեր տվյալների վերլուծության արդյունքում ձեզ կարծիք հայտնելու մեջ։ Ինքը ընդհանրապես այս statement-ը անենք, հա, այս պահին այն ինչ որ մենք կոչում ենք AI, ինքը վիճակագրական մոդել է։ Ինքը ինքնագիտակցություն, ինչպես հասկացանք, այս պահին չունի, ու այն ինչ ասելու է ձեզ, դա շատ հավանական պատասխանը ընդհանրապես ոչ թե 100% ճշմարտություն։ Իսկ ձեր տվյալները օգնելու են ընդհանրապես այդ վիճակագրական մոդելին ավելի լավ distribution ստանալ առհասարակ տվյալների ոլորտում, հա, ավելի հասկանալով օրինակ ինչ use case-եր կան, ուրիշ ինչ ոնց որ նախադասություններ կարային հանդիպեին, բայց այդ տվյալները քանի որ հավաքվում են ինչ որ բազաներում ու հետագայում իրենց օգտագործելու ձևը ոնց որ այդքան էլ միանշանակ չի, իմացեք, որ ստեղ լիքը խնդիրներ կարեն առաջանան։ Այն տվյալները, որոնք ձեր անձնականն են, որոնց համար դուք ունեք անհանգստություն, որ աշխարհում չտարածվեն, փորձեք մաքսիմալ զգույշ լինել կիսելուց language մոդելների հետ։
Այստեղ մի հետաքրքիր բան կա, որ կուզեի ասեի, եւ ես կարծում եմ, որ մենք արդեն թևակողել ենք այն փուլ, որ մեր ողջ կյանքը անցնելու է AI-ի կողքը, հա, այս տեսակի AI, այն տեսակի AI, հա, եւ դա մեր պատասխանատվությունն է ունենալ այդ տեղեկատվական եւ տեղեկատվությունից օգտվելու գրագիտությունը, որ ինչպես ստուգենք այդ ինֆորմացիան, ինչպես փորձենք դնել ոչ մանիպուլացված, հա, որտեղ օրինակ նայեք հասարակ գրագիտությունից, որ ժամանակին հեռուստացով ինչ ասել են մարդկանց համար եղել է որպես ճշմարտություն, հա, ուղղակի ճշմարտություն։ Հետո հասկացել ենք, որ այդպես չի։ Ես համոզված եմ, դուք այն տարիքում եք, որ ձեզ բարբերաբար ինչ-որ հարևաններ, մեծահասակներ, ինչ-որ Facebook-ից մի link են գտնում, ասում են օրինակ Amazon-ում արդեն թռչող վագրեր են հայտնաբերվել, թափանցիկ մարդիկ եւ այլն եւ հավատում են։ Հա, դուք ասում եք, բայց երևի դա այդքան այդպես չէ, հա։ Ես համոզված եմ, դուք հենց link-ը տեսնում եք, արդեն ձեզ բարձա, այստեղ են նույն ձևով, այն մարդիկ, ովքեր ստեղծում են AI-ը, կարող են նպատակներ ունենալ հանրությանը եւ ձեզ մանիպուլացնելու համար եւ ձեր պարտականությունն է նաեւ լինելու դա ստուգել եւ համոզվել, որ դա հավաստի եւ ճիշտ տեղեկատվությունն է։
Դե ինչ շնորհակալ եմ ձեր պատասխանների համար։
Ես էլ եմ։
Մենք էլ ենք շնորհակալ։
Երևի այսքանը։
Երևի այսքան եկեք մեր Ալվարդին, ով այս պահին շատ պատասխանատու էր մոտենում մեր այսօրվա միջոցառմանը, մեզ հարցեր էր տալիս, փորձում էր ամեն ինչ անել, տրամադրել եւ այլն, եկեք մի հատ Ալվարդին ջերմ ծափահարել մեր նկարահանելու։ Եվ արդեն շարունակությունը էլի նույն կերպ հետաքրքիր ու շատ հավես քննարկում, որովհետեւ թեման շատ լավն է, երեխեք ջան, ձեզ էլ ամենայն բարիք եմ ասում։ Մերսի շատ։
Մերսի շատ։ Շատ հետաքրքիր էր, շատ շնորհակալություն բոլորիդ։ Հաջորդը ունենալու ենք մի հետաքրքիր մինի դասախոսություն Գոհար Աղաջանյանի կողմից։ Գոհարը Թումոյի շրջանավարտ է ու Թումոյի նախկին ամենաակտիվ ուսանողներից։ Հիմա ինքը աշխատում է Pixar-ում որպես ծրագրավորող ու խոսելու է նրա մասին, թե ինչպես է AI-ը տալու նոր ուժ երիտասարդներին։ Գոհարին դիմավորենք։
Բարև բոլորին, ես Գոհար Աղաջանյանն եմ, հուսով եմ այսօր բոլորին հետաքրքիր կլինի այս ելույթը։ Ես նույնպես եղել եմ ձեզ նման Թումո շրջանավարտ, սկսել եմ հենց այս աստիճաններից իմ ուղին կարելի ասել տարբեր դասընթացների ծրագրավորման հատուկ workshop-երի արդյունքում ձեռք եմ բերել հետաքրքրվածություն տեխնոլոգիական աշխարհի նկատմամբ եւ այնուհետեւ տարբեր մասնակցելով ծրագրերի, նաև մրցույթների եւ հիմա արդեն software engineer եմ Pixart-ում, որը իդեպ առաջին unicorn է հայկական, եթե տեսել եք եւ օգտագործում եք, շատ խորհուրդ եմ տալիս եւ հիմնական AI առաջատարներից է նաեւ։ Եկեք սկսենք դեպի work-ով։ Պետք է փոխենք։ Եկեք սկսենք։ Պատկերացրեք, դուք ունեք շատ հետաքրքիր գաղափար, որը ցանկանում եք իրականություն դարձնել։ Սակայն դրա համար պետք է հաղորդակցվեք համակարգչի հետ, տաք հրահանգներ մի լեզվով, որին դուք չեք տիրապետում եւ չգիտեք թե ինչպես։ Ծրագրավորման լեզուների այս առաջընթացը եւ պրոգրեսը հենց հիմնված է եղել այս խնդիրը լուծելու վրա։ Ինչպես անել, որպեսզի ավելի հեշտ եւ արագ հաղորդակցվել համակարգիչների հետ։ Ամենասկզբում այդ գործընթացը բավական բարդ եւ կոպիտ էր, քանի որ ավելի շատ հիշեցնում էր ֆիզիկական աշխատանք, քան թե ինչ որ ծրագրավորման կամ ստեղծարարության գործընթաց։ Օրինակ, եթե տեսնում եք այս քարտերը, սկզբնական շրջանում դրանք պետք է դակեին ընդամենը մի փոքրիկ հրահանգ տալու համար, եւ պատկերացրեք, եթե սխալ արվեր, ապա ամեն ինչ պետք է սկսվեր նորից։ Դա այդքան էլ պրակտիկ չէր, այդ իսկ պատճառով մարդիկ հորինեցին ծրագրավորման լեզուներ, ինչպիսին օրինակ այստեղ տեսնում եք assembly ծրագրավորման լեզուն, սակայն դա ավելի բարդ է, ավելի հեշտ էր, քան ֆիզիկական դակելը, բայց կրկին ավելի դժվար էր, որովհետև անհնար է ուղղակի նայելով հասկանալ, թե ինչ է անում ծրագիրը։ Այնուհետև տեղի ունեցավ ավելի նոր եւ բարձ ու մատչելի ծրագրավորման լեզուների հայտնագործում եւ ստեղծում, օրինակ բոլորիս քաչ հայտնի JavaScript-ը կամ Java-ն, C++-ը եւ ավելի ուշ նաեւ Python-ը։ Այս օրինակ Python-ը ամենամոտն է անգլերեն լեզվին եւ ընդհանրապես ծրագրին նայելով արդեն պարզ է դառնում, թե ինչ հրահանգ է նրան տրվել։ Բայց անգամ այս չնայած այս առաջընթացին ծրագրավորումը շարունակում էր մնալ շատ բարդ մասնագիտություն, որը պահանջում էր երկար տարիների սովորելու գործընթաց։ Բայց դա մինչ այն պահը, երբ որ եկավ արհեստական բանականությունը եւ իր կախարդանքի միջոցով հեղաշրջեց տեղերը։ Արդեն ոչ միայն մարդիկ էին փորձում հասկանալ ծրագրավորման լեզուները եւ համակարգչի լեզուն, այլ համակարգիչներ փորձում հասկանալ մարդկային խոսքը։ Եվ մենք կարող ենք ընդամենը մեկ նկարագրության կամ հրամանի միջոցով անմիջապես ստանալ մեր ցանկացած ծրագիրը եւ իրականություն դարձնել մեր գաղափարները։ Այսինքն վերացավ այն տեխնիկական խոչընդոտը, որը պահանջում էր ունենալ շատ խորը ծրագրավորման գիտելիքներ, որպեսզի գաղափարը դառնա իրականություն։ Անցնենք առաջ։ Ինչպես տեսնում եք, դա հեղաշրջել է տարբեր ոլորտներ եւ այսօր կլսեք դրա մասին շատ մասնագետների կողմից, սակայն եկեք այսօր տեսնենք, թե ինչպես է դա հեղափոխել ձեռնարկատիրության կամ գործարարության ոլորտը։ Օրինակ, ինչ եք կարծում, ինչպես էր նախկինում հենց 10 տարի առաջ թեկուզ իրականություն դառնում գաղափարը եւ ստեղծվում պրոդուկտը։ Դրա համար անհրաժեշտ է սկզբում մտածել ինչ որ խնդրի լուծում, որը շատ կարևոր է, հաստատել արդյոք այդ խնդիրը իրոք լավն է թե ոչ, հետո գտնել թիմակիցներ, որոնք նեղ մասնագետներ էին տվյալ ոլորտում, օրինակ back-end ինժեներներ, front-end ինժեներներ, դիզայներներ, content writer-ներ, որոնք ամեն մեկը խորացված իրենց մասնագիտության մեջ տարիների փորձով կկարողանային իրականություն դարձնել այդ կտորը։ Եվ հետո մարդկանց գտնելուց հետո կսկսեր բուն գործընթացը հենց ծրագրավորման եւ պրոդուկտի ստեղծման, ինչը կարող էր ձգվել շատ երկար ժամանակ։ Եվ դրանց զուգահեռ նաեւ պետք էր լինելու անել բովանդակության ստեղծում, մարքեթինգային արշավներ, բրենդի ձևավորում, ֆոտոներ, վիդեոներ, տեքստային կոնտենտ եւ հետո թեստավորել այդ ամեն ինչը, տեսնել ամեն ինչ ճիշտ է աշխատում թե ոչ, այս ամբողջ գործընթացը կարող էր ձգվել ամիսներ եւ նույնիսկ հասնել տարիների եւ պահանջել մեծ թիմ։ Իսկ ներկայումս մենք ունենք այնպիսի իրավիճակ, երբ մի ազատ շաբաթ կիրակին եւ հետաքրքիր գաղափարը բավական է սկսելու եւ հետաքրքիր արդյունքների հասնելու համար։ Մեզ մնում է կենտրոնանալ միայն թե ինչ ստեղծել հարցի վրա, այլ ոչ թե ինչպես։ Արհեստական բանականության գործիքները մեզ հնարավորություն են տալիս միայնակ անել բաներ, որոնք նախկինում անում էին մեծ թիմեր, այսպիսով հիմք դնելով սոլո ձեռնարկատիրության շրջանին։ Անցնենք առաջ։ Եկեք իրական օրինակով պատկերացնենք, եթե ունենք գաղափար եւ դա ցանկանում ենք դարձնել իրականություն, ինչ փուլերով կարող ենք անցնել եւ ինչպես կարող են AI գործիքները մեզ դրանում օգնել։ Օրինակ, միտքը, եթե ուզում ենք դարձնել ինչ-որ on-line գեղեցիկ խանութ, որը կլինի նաև eco-friendly, այսպես ասած, կարող ենք սկզբում շփվել ChatGPT կամ նմանատիպ գործիքների հետ, որոնք կօգնեն հաստատել, արդյոք մեր գաղափարը լավն է, կան մրցակիցներ այդ ոլորտում թե ոչ, ինչ բացեր են մնացել, որ մրցակիցները չեն լրացնում, այնուհետև ավելի լավ տարբերակներ առաջարկելուց հետո եւ միտքը հաստատելուց հետո մենք կանցնենք հենց բուն կոդավորման գործին։ Եթե դուք ավելի փորձառու եք եւ արդեն իսկ օգտագործում եք ծրագրավորման ինչ-որ լեզուներ եւ համակարգեր, IDE-ներ, կարող եք օգտագործել եւ ներդնել Google GitHub կներեք Copilot-ը, որը աշխատում է շատ լայն լեզուների շրջանակով, հենց JavaScript, Python, Java, շատ հեշտ ներդրվում է արդեն իսկ գոյություն ունեցող IDE-ների մեջ, օրինակ Visual Studio-ի, եթե դուք դրանով աշխատում եք, եւ հնարավորություն է տալիս շատ արագ եւ օպտիմալ գեներացնելու կոդի մեծ հատվածներ։ Սակայն եթե դուք ունեք այդքան էլ ոչ խորը գիտելիքներ եւ ցանկանում եք միանգամից ստանալ պատրաստի տարբերակներ ոչ թե ինչ-որ հատվածներ, ապա կարող եք օգտագործել Replit Ghostwriter-ը, որը կարիք չկա ինչ-որ միտեղ քաշելու, ներբեռնելու, այն աշխատում է բրաուզերում եւ ավելի մեծ հատվածներ է կոդի գեներացնում, իսկ Codium-ը դրանց անվճար տարբերակն է, եթե հետաքրքիր է, եթե հասանելիություն չկա այն մյուս գործիքներին։ Բայց միայն կոդավորելը բավական չէ, պետք է նաև թեստել, որ ամեն ինչ ճիշտ է աշխատում, քանի որ եթե ձեր ծրագիրը օրինակ բագեր ունեցավ եւ չաշխատեց, դուք մարդիկ ուղղակի դա չեն օգտագործի։ Դրա համար կան թեստավորման գործիքներ, արհեստական բանականության միջոցով, կարող եք օգտագործել Testim գործիքը, միանգամից կամ Mutable AI գործիքը, որը test case-եր է գեներացնում, դոկումենտացիա է գեներացնում, բայց նաև ոչ միայն ծրագիրը դուք տեսնում եք ամեն ինչ լավ է աշխատում, սակայն այնուհետև անհրաժեշտ է, որ դա հասանելի դառնա աշխարհին եւ ձեր ստեղծած ծրագիրը մյուսները օգտագործեն։ Այդ իսկ պատճառով մենք ունենում ենք կարող ենք օգտագործել Amazon-ի AI գործիքները։ Սակայն ծրագրի ստեղծումը բավարար չէ բրենդի համար, կոնտենտի ստեղծման, բովանդակության ստեղծման համար, նկարների, տեքստերի, լոգոների կան այդպիսի գործիքներ եւս, ինչպիսին է օրինակ Midjourney-ին հերոսների կերպարների ստեղծման համար, Pixart-ի հավելվածը շատ հարմար է լոգոների եւ գրաֆիկ տարբեր տարրերի ստեղծման համար, տեքստային ցանկացած հոդվածներ խմբագրելու, թե սոցիալական մեդիայի, թե վեբսայթի կամ ձեր կայքի համար կարող եք Notion AI-ը օգտագործել, իսկ ձայնային բովանդակության ստեղծման համար Murph AI-ը։ Եվ այս ամենը տեսնելով, երբ որ AI-ը փոխարինում է բոլոր գործիքներին եւ մասնագիտություններին, ամենահաճախ տրվող հարցը դա է. արդյոք այն փոխարինի մեզ եւ ինչ է մնում մեզ անելու։ Կներեք։ Սակայն այդ ամեն ինչը շատ կարևոր է հասկանալ, որ ոչ թե արհեստական բանականությունը եկել է մեզ փոխարինելու, այն պարզապես գործիք է, որը բազմապատկում է մեր տաղանդները, այն դարձնում է մեզ ավելի խելացի եւ մեծացնում է մեր ազդեցության ոլորտը։ Եվ դա նաեւ շատ կարևոր է հասկանալ, արդյոք արհեստական բանականությունը մտածում է, թե ուղղակի կատարում է կանխատեսումներ, ելնելով ահռելի մեծ քանակությամբ տվյալների հիման վրա։ Այս հարցին պատասխանելուց հետո մենք կարող ենք հասկանալ, արդյոք այն մեզ կփոխարինի, թե ոչ։ Եվ նաև կարևոր է հասկանալ, որ այն չի կրում պատասխանատվություն իր որոշումների համար։ Այն ստեղծագործում է, կատարում է հրահանգներ, բայց պատասխանատվությունը արդյոք ընդունել նրա ստեղծածը, արդյոք նրա կատարած բարոյապես ազնիվ է թե ոչ, պատկանում է մեզ եւ հենց այստեղ է գալիս մեր դերը։ Եվ այս շրջանում պատանիները ունեն շատ մեծ առավելություն, քանի որ արդեն իսկ մեծանում են տեխնոլոգիաներով շրջապատված եւ գտնվում են հենց փոփոխությունների կիզակետում։ Հեշտ են ուղղում իրենց սխալները, ավելի ճկուն են, ավելի հետաքրքրասեր են եւ համոզված եմ իմ նշած գործիքների մեծ մասը դուք արդեն իսկ փորձել եք ազատ ժամանակ։ Եվ ձեր տարիքակից հենց պատանիներ արդեն իսկ դա դարձնում են իրականություն, գաղափարից իրականություն անցնելը, նրանք ստեղծել են աշխարհահռչակ ծրագրեր, որոնք աշխատում են AI-ի միջոցով, օրինակ Սվենան եւ Ավին։ Իսկ վերջում շատ կարևոր է հասկանալ, որ արհեստական բանականությունը մեզ տալիս է շատ հնարավորություններ եւ մենք առաջին սերունդն ենք, որը կարողանում է գաղափարից հասնել իրականության շատ արագ, առանց տեխնիկական խոչընդոտների, առանց մեծ թիմ ունենալու անհրաժեշտության, առանց մեծ ռեսուրսների։ Եվ այդ ամենից հետո մնում է միայն ամենակարևոր հարցը. ինչ ենք մենք ստեղծելու, երբ որ չկան ոչ մի խոչընդոտներ մեզ կանգնեցնող։ Այսքանը։
Մերսի շատ, Գոհար, շատ հետաքրքիր էր, շատ շնորհակալ ենք Գոհարին այս հետաքրքիր ելույթի համար, հաջորդը ներկայացնում եմ մեզ առցանց միանում է Jordan Young-ը, ով աշխարհահռչակ Squirrel AI adaptive կրթական սիստեմի պլատֆորմի համահիմնադիրն է եւ Հարավային Ամերիկայի հատվածի տնօրենը, այնպես որ դիմավորում ենք Jordan-ին, շնորհակալություն շատ մեզ միանալու համար։
Hello everyone, I'm Jolene from Squirrel AI Learning. Hope everyone can see me and hear me. It's my honor to be here today to share what Squirrel AI has been doing in AI adaptive learning industry. I believe everyone knows ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and everything about generative AI. And what we have been doing in AI adaptive with large model education is something different from Gen AI. So today I'd like to share some of our outcome and some of our goals, missions, and also our technology with all of you. So yeah, please allow me to share my screen. Hold on. Yeah, here is, I'm gonna start from here. So basically what Squirrel AI has been doing in the past 10 years is using AI adaptive with large model technology to create a personalized learning platform and personalized learning tablet for all the teenagers from pre-K to grade 12. So here you can see we have achieved level 5 self-directed learning tablet, which means a student with something similar to iPad, but it's not iPad, is autonomous driving, learning, self-directly learning tablet, and you can learn different subjects. And why we are doing that is because in the classroom, we know that everyone is learning the same knowledge, they have to follow the same strategy, they have the same time, they need to have the same speed in the same classroom. That's what happened in the traditional education. However, everyone, every student, and even every adult, they learn differently, they perform differently, they perceive everything differently. So that's why we need to create personalized learning. So in Squirrel AI Learning Tablet, we have thousands, learning pathway for different students. Non-students learn in the same way in Squirrel AI Learning System. So that's why we want to revolutionize from traditional education to the current personalized AI-based education. And also we've seen some report from Google saying the future of education is actually personalized education. And also the Frost and Sutherland reported last year that they ranked 6 levels from level 0 to level 5 about intelligent education. Here you can see that Squirrel AI is already at the top 2 levels. The top one is level 5, which is the full autonomous driving. You can consider it as like we drive car and the autonomous driving can drive the car for us and we don't need to do anything, right? So with Squirrel AI learning full AI teaching, which means there's no human teacher in the tablet, and the AI virtual tutor understands all the students thoroughly, and then the system will send to you what you need to learn currently, what's the best learning contents for you. So everyone, no matter which grade, or maybe you are similar level, you are in the same classroom, but the content from Squirrel AI Learning System will be different for you. And then you just learn with the tablet. So we call it full AI teaching. To approve the results, we've done over 100 human-machine competitions, which means a group of students learn from Squirrel AI Learning System, a group of students learn from the human teachers, which are superior human teachers. They compete. At the same time, the same scope of the learning objectives, and all the results show that with Squirrel AI Learning System, the students can have better scores. They learn more learning objectives within the same amount of time. They feel more motivated by Squirrel AI Learning System. And now we've got over 4,000 centers nationwide in China, and we are expanding our market to the US market, North American market, and also other Asian markets. And there are 24 million students already involved in our system. So how the system looks like? I will go very quickly because it's pretty much technical. So we have 3 layers. The upper layer, the first layer, is the goals. So we set up the goals for the student, and then we have the learning map, content map, and also when the students make mistake, we have mistake reasoning ontology, so which is mistake reasoning map. And the middle layer, which is very important, is the student profile. The goal profile, the learning record profile. So the system records everything in the middle layer. And the last one, the third layer, is the real-time interaction layer. So when the students use the tablet, answer a question, or maybe drawing some pictures, or writing some solutions, and some feedback, and maybe talking to the tablet, those data can be recorded and transferred to our system, and then can do the very quick real-time analysis and give feedback to the student, and also the recommendation. And another key technique we have is called the nano-level breakdown of the learning objective. So you can think in your class, one learning objective can be broken down into 100 or even 1,000 nano level, very granular level of the learning objectives, which means the system can diagnose what are your weaknesses by finding those nano level, very granular level learning objectives. So you don't have to rehearsal. You don't have to review or relearn everything of that big learning objective. You only need to learn the weaknesses with very nano level of the learning objective. So this is a kind of graph you can see from grade 10, grade 9, grade 8, grade 7, right? I'm not sure which grades you are, but for example, you are a grade 10 student. You have 1 or 2 learning objective that you can't understand, you can't learn well. It might be because the grade 7 learning objective that you didn't master in the past. So the system can just track back to the grade 7 and find out that learning objective and then recommend you all the learning contents related to that learning objective. Once you master, it will come back to the grade 8, grade 9, grade 10. So it will build up your foundation by finding your root key nano level problems. And also in the system, we can train students MCM, which is model thinking, capacity, and methodology, because we think knowledge is important, but the MCM abilities are more important when you go to work, when you want to have relationships with your social life, that's more important. So we do have MCM system from different and based on different careers, based on different industries, based on different future and what kind of methodology, model of thinking, and capacity you might need in the future, in your future career and jobs. And then you can learn and train your MCM abilities. It can also be analyzed from different subjects like Chinese language, English language, and Latin American language, and physics, math, and all the subjects. We can do MCM analysis. And I mentioned the so the differences between the generative Gen AI, which is LLM, and LAM, which Squirrel AI has. So with the generative LLM, large language model, there's no student users profiles. There's no historical data. Once you ask a question, it gives you the answer. That's it, right? You can see the history, chat history, but the system, the LLM, doesn't record why you got mistake, and it doesn't understand you. It doesn't understand your learning behaviors. Where Squirrel AI's learning large adaptive model can record everything. How long you fast forward a video, what is the mistake, why you got it wrong, and what language, what words you talk with the AI virtual tutor. It can record everything. And with LLM, it can only give you the answer or the solution, the feedback straightforward. And LLM does not understand you, so LLM cannot recommend what you should learn currently. With LAM, because it's adaptive already, it recorded everything, has your learning, the whole timeline of your learning behavior, so it understands you. It can solve all of your problems and recommend what you should learn currently. And so far, Squirrel AI is the only large adaptive model, which is the combination of adaptive learning with large model together. So with Squirrel AI learning students, they love learning. They think they are, they are very motivated. They are confident. Why? Because the LAM understands the student. The LAM knows what the student needs to learn. So the student just love learning. So more important is when the students love learning, they will increase their learning abilities. And at the end, we like to share that Squirrel AI has been here for 10 years, and every year we contribute free account to the low-income students and families. And once our English version is ready, then we will contribute more to the whole world. And thank you for listening. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. You're welcome to this wonderful event. My name is David. Hello. My name is David Kateva. I work with the STI Secretariat, and I will be the MC for today to take you through this AI Teens Conference. Sorry about the time. We're going to begin in a few, and before we begin, it's good courtesy that we have a word of prayer. who would like to lead this word of prayer? Yes. You can lead us in a prayer.
Good morning to you all. Let's humble ourselves as we pray to start the program today. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of the new life that you have given us today. We thank you for this program. We thank you for bringing everyone in place. We are about to start our program. Could you please guide us and be our chairman so that we finish this well as you desire. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Sorry, I'm called Norbert Chris Lubankene from Kampala Diplomatic International School. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Robert. So I will share with you the program of the day. We have arrived, at least for those of us who have reached. So we will have, we'll move this opening remarks a bit later on. And we'll start with a multi-city panel led by Emily Mhwezi. We'll have a watch party where you'll see what other students out there and teens are doing in AI. We'll have a presentation. Then we'll have a teens panel, an adult panel, and another multi-city panel, and closing remarks. Okay, I would like to introduce the Superintendent Industrial Value Chains from STI Secretariat to give quick opening remarks. They will be very fast and short. Yes.
Thank you, David. Good morning. Good morning. I don't hear you. Give me some energy. Now, in October last year, a team of 3 that I led attended a conference in Yerevan, Armenia. It was called the World Congress on Innovation and Technology, and the theme of this conference was AI Beyond Limits. The key attention of that conference was on how nations can lay strategies to use artificial intelligence as a linchpin for their socio-economic transformation. I should mention at that time there were only 2 African countries in the room. That was only Uganda and Rwanda, which really has nothing to do with the story, apart from the fact that the reason you're here is because we realize that Africa can no longer afford to take a backseat and be consumers of technology as we have always been. Now, I'll get back to Armenia in a minute, and I know David has given me only 3 minutes, but I wanted to know if we have a very clear baseline, especially the young ones, about artificial intelligence. You know intelligence, right? You know intelligence. You know your ability to reason, to learn, and make decisions, right? And then now when you talk about artificial intelligence, it means you're looking at, you know, the tools, the computational tools that can mimic what humans can do, isn't it? Now, think about it. AI is changing everything. It's helping doctors detect diseases much earlier. It's creating art. It's creating music. It's doing much better than humans can do in all aspects of life. And everyone in the world has realized this. And I know you'll talk more about this during the course of the day. So let me take you back to Armenia for a moment. When we were in Armenia, we got a chance to visit this amazing center called TUMO Center for Creative Technologies. We were actually so impressed that on that very day we decided that we are going to adopt a model that brings something like TUMO close to home. And that started the collaboration that has made today possible. And of course, we looked for a private sector partner that had a skin in the game. And that's how we get to partner with Motive and Future Lab. Now, you see, what we noticed when we were there is that we were told that TUMO is essentially a co-curricular activity. We were told that the students who had gone through the program were more likely to succeed in school, and they were more likely to pursue engineering careers, and they were also more likely to create companies before they were 25. Now, I'll cut it to the chase. We are here, you're here because we believe in you, and we believe that the future of the nation rests in your lap. Artificial intelligence is the greatest technology to have ever graced humankind. So let us make the most use of the day, and what I want to say is that the government is committed to do everything to ensure that it gives you the tools and resources to succeed. Kateva, I think you gave me only 3 minutes. I hope you give me some more time later on in the day to say a few more words to the audience. So we wish you the very best, and we hope that you make the most of today. Thank you.
Okay, to cut to the chase, I will introduce the first panelist for this multi-city panel 1. She is by the names of Emily Muhwezi, an A-level student and academic perfect at Kampala Diplomatic International School, passionate about biotechnology and emerging gene editing, quantum computing, and 3D printing to address healthcare ribbon initiatives, improving patient coordination at Uganda Cancer Center Institute. She's a scholarship recipient, ambassador of the Yale Young Global Scholars and Yale Young African Scholars, and actively promotes interdisciplinary learning through initiatives like Science versus Arts Fair. Please give a round of applause to introduce Miss Emily. So they will be projecting the panel on the screen. Emily, you can have this seat here.
Գործիքներ, որտեղ ինֆորմացիան ներմուծելով կստանայինք ավելի հակիրճ պատասխան, որը հենց համապատասխանում էր ուսուցմանը, այսինքն այն ինֆորմացիան, որը հետագայում պետք կգա։ Բացի դրանից շատ լավ կլիներ, որպեսզի հենց դպրոցներում ներդրվեին AI-ներ, որոնք կօգնեին աշակերտներին, որոնք վատ են յուրացնում ինչ-որ առարկա, տվյալ առարկան, վատ են յուրացնում առարկան, AI-ը կօգներ նրանց ցանկացած հարցում, այսինքն եթե նրանք կրթական համակարգից հետ են ընկել, հետագայում նրանք AI-ի միջոցով կարողանային շտկել իրենց ուղին եւ ավելի առաջ շարժվել այն ամենը ինչ որ նրանք ուզում են սովորել հենց AI-ի միջոցով AI-ին հարցեր տալով AI-ին կարողանային հարցերի հակիրճ եւ շատ կարեւոր ինֆորմացիան հարցերի պատասխանները ստանալ եւ շարժվել կրթական համակարգին համապատասխան։
Շատ լավ գաղափար է, ինձ թվում է անվճար ոնց որ կրկնուսույց, չէ՞, մոտավորապես։ Գոհար դու ուզես այս թեմայով կիսվել։
Իմ համար էլի շատ կարևոր է։ Կարծում եմ մենակ 4 դաս անցկացնելով այդքան հետաքրքիր աշակերտներին չլինի, ինչքան տես նորամուծություններ մտցնել, փորձերով, միգուցե դասերը ինչ որ այլ ինֆորմացիա ստանալով, ինձ թվում է ավելի կարևոր կլինի, աշակերտներին էլ հետաքրքիր։
Շատ լավ։ Շիրայր, պատկերացրու դպրոցը, որտեղ որ ցանկացած տեխնոլոգիա, որ դու ուզում ես, կա ու ամեն ինչը այդպես sense գեր տեխնոլոգիական ձևով է իրականացվում։ Ինչ տեսք ունի այդ դպրոցը կամ դպրոցական ծրագիրը։
Այդտեղ աշակերտները պատրաստում են տարբեր ծրագրեր եւ պատրաստում են նաեւ ChatGPT AI եւ ես կուզենայի, որ տարվա վերջում լավագույն AI պատրաստողը կգնահատվեր եւ կդառնար գերազանցիկ այդ դպրոցում։
Շատ լավ, իսկ ուրիշ դու էլի գաղափարներ ունեիր ինձ թվում է կապված նրա հետ թե առարկաների հետ կապված, չէ՞։
Դե որ ոչ մի գիրք տետր չլինի, քանի որ երբ որ տետրով գրում ես ձեռները թոքնում է, իսկ որ համակարգիչով ես աշխատում, որ ձեռները չեն հոգնում։
Շատ լավ։ Մի հատ կուզեի ամփոփող հարց տալ ձեզ բոլորիդ, երբ մտածում եք ձեր ու ձեր սերնդի AI-ի հետ փոխհարաբերությունների մասին, ինչ խորհուրդ կտաք, ինչպես ճիշտ կառուցել փոխհարաբերությունները AI-ի հետ, ձեր տարիքակիցների եւ ավելի երիտասարդները, որպեսզի չվնասեն իրենք իրենց առաջին հերթին եւ հնարավորինս լավ արդյունքների կան։
Դե առաջնահերթ այդ տնայինների համար ինձ թվում է միշտ անընդհատ տնային անելով այդ բաց կմնա այդտեղը, այսինքն ChatGPT-ով տնային անելը ինձ թվում է այդքան լավ տարբերակ չի, ես ստուգելու համար եմ օգտագործում ու հիմնականում այդ կրթական համակարգում, որ նորամուծություններ լինեն AI-ով դասընկերների հետ ինչ որ քննարկումներ անելու համար, ինձ թվում է այդ էլ շատ կարևոր կլինի, բայց AI-ը որպես ինչ որ հոգեբանական ծրագիր ես չեմ օգտագործել դեռ։
Բայց գիտես մարդիկ, որ օգտագործում են։
Իմ շրջապատում չեմ հանդիպել, բայց կարծում եմ, որ կան նենց մարդիկ, ովքեր շրջապատում օգտագործում են խնդիրներ լուծելու համար միգուցե, բայց ես չեմ հանդիպել։
Շատ լավ, մերսի։ Բահե, ինչ կարծիք ես հարցով։
Իմ կարծիքով պետք է հասկանանք, որ AI-ը դա վիրտուալ է եւ շատ ժամանակ պետք չէ վատնել հենց AI-ին, քանի որ կան ավելի կարևոր արժեքներ։ Հիմնականում ես գիտեմ, որ աշակերտները օգտագործում են AI-ը տնայիններ կատարելու համար։ Դա ընդունելի է այն պայմանով, եթե տնայինը, որը ցանկանում են կատարել, պետք է ոչ թե միայն արտադրությամբ այդ ամենը իրականանա, այլ պետք է ամեն ինչ բովանդակալի հասկանալի նրանք վերլուծեն, հասկանան եւ նոր դրանից հետո արդեն այդ ամենը ինչ որ այդ խնդիրները, որոնք չեն հասկանում նրանք, նոր արդեն գրեն, ոչ թե միայն արտադրությամբ զբաղվեն, հետագայում եթե միայն արտադրությամբ AI օգտագործեն միայն արտադրությամբ զբաղվելու համար, դա մեծ խնդիր կարող է առաջացնել, քանի որ աշակերտները կմոռանան ինքնուսուցման մասին եւ միայն արտադրությունը դա ես համարում եմ մերժելի երևույթ։
Okay, շատ լավ։ Ջիրայր, ինչ կարծիք ես դրա մասին։
Իմ կարծիքով AI-ը պետք չէ ընկերանալ, որպես ընկեր նրան պետք չի համարել, այլ ընդհանրապես հարցեր նրան տալ եւ ստանալ պատասխան։
Բայց ես հարց ունեմ, օրինակ, պատկերացրու գիշերը ժամը 2-ն է, իմ բոլոր ընկերները քննած են վաղուց արդեն, ու ես շատ տխուր եմ։ Ուզում եմ ինչ-որ մեկի հետ խոսամ, ինձ խորհուրդներ տա։ ինչ անեմ այդ պահին։ AI-ի հետ խոսեմ, թե տենց մնամ տխուր, ամբողջ գիշեր։ Պարկեմ քնեմ, իսկ եթե չեմ կարող քնեմ տխրությունից, լաց եմ լինում։
Այդ պայն համտի թաղել արսել դու ինքը քեզ կպատասխանի։
Հա, այսինքն խոսամ ամեն դեպքում AI-ի հետ, ոչինչ։ Լավ։ Բայց սովորություն կարամ դարձնեմ ամեն գիշեր AI-ի հետ խոսամ տխրությունից, բայց չի։ Լավ, okay։ Շատ լավ։ Պատկերացրեք, որ կա ինչ-որ մի տեխնոլոգիական նորարարություն, որը դեռ գոյություն չունի, բայց ձեր ամենախելագար ֆանտազիաները կարող եք իրացնել այս հարցի շուրջ, հա։ Ինչ կուզեիք, որ գոյություն ունենար, որ դեռ գոյություն չունի, կարող եք երազել շատ խորը, բայց AI-ի մասին ամեն դեպքում։ Դու կսկսես։
Որ AI կարողանար ստեղծել խաղեր եւ մենակ դու կարողանար այդ խաղը խաղալ։
Այսինքն շատ մարդկանց համար չլիներ, մենակ քո համար լիներ։ Իսկ ոնց այնպես աներ, որ դու սիրեիր ավելի շատ։ Ասենք կինոն եթե սարքում է, պետք է ինքը հասկանա, չէ, որ դու ինչ տեսակի կինո ես ուզում նայել։ Այսինքն դու ես հորինում այդ կինոն, թե AI-ը։ Դու ուզում ես դու հորինես, նկարագրես ինքը սարքի։ Ինձ թվում է մենք կմոտենանք ինչ-որ պահի այդ կետին։ Շատ լավ, Գոհար, դու ինչ կաս։
Ես երաժշտություն եմ նույն կերպ, կբնթագրեի ոճը ու նոտաներին չէի խորանա, կբնթագրեի ուղղակի ոճը, ինչ տեսակի երաժշտություն եմ ուզում եւ կցանկանայի, որ ստեղծել յուրահատուկ երաժշտություն։
Ինչի համար, որ լսեիր դու, մենակ, հա?
Որ յուրահատուկ երաժշտություն լիներ։
Շատ լավ։ Լավ, շատ շնորհակալ եմ սիրելի խոսնակներ այսօր մեզ միանալու համար։ Հիշեցնեմ, որ մենք այսօր խոսում էինք Շիրայրի, Գոհարի եւ Վահեի հետ։ Եվ արդեն մենք անցնում ենք հաջորդ մեր մի քանի քաղաքներից բաղկացած պանելային քննարկմանը, որի ժամանակ Երևանը կներկայացնի Ալեքսը։ Merci.
Բարև ձեզ։ Կարող եմ արդեն սկսել երևի։
Մի փոքր պատմեմ, թե ինչ ա լինելու հիմա։ 3 տարբեր քաղաքներից այլ AI Teens-ի մասնակից միանալու են պատանիներ, ովքեր խոսելու են մի թեմայով Ալեքսի հետ միասին։ Ալեքսը կներկայացնի թեման, որը կոչվում է Making it real, քննարկումը անգլերեն է լինելու։ Եվ Ալեքսը կլինի մոդերատորը այս քննարկման։ Մենք կտեսնենք Ալեքսին այստեղ, իսկ մնացած մասնակիցներին կտեսնենք էկրանի վրա, այնպես որ մնացեք, հետո նույնպես ունենալու ենք շատ հետաքրքիր հատված։
Շնորհակալ եմ ինձ ներկայացնելու համար եւ ընդհանրապես թե ինչ մենք պետք է քննարկենք եւ միանում են։ Okay. Մինչև մեր մասնակիցների միանալը մի թեթև պատմեմ, թե թեման ինչ է լինելու։ Մենք ընդհանուր քննարկելու ենք, թե արդյոք AI-ը կարող է մեր աջ ձեռքը լինել, ոնց որ making it real, այսինքն իրականություն դարձնենք AI-ի օգտագործումը մեր ամենօրյա կյանքում, այնպես կարծես թե ոնց որ սովորական բան է արդեն, օրինակ ոնց է մարդիկ առավոտվեր են կենում, հաց են ուտում, նու շատ մարդիկ։ Իրանց համար դա արդեն անգլերենում դա կոչվում է routine, որ պարտադիր պետք է լինի։ Այդպես էլ AI-ը, ոնց որ ընդհանրապես ինչ որ անսովոր բան չկա դրա մեջ, ոնց որ արդյոք մենք դրան կարող ենք հասնել, արդյոք AI-ը կարող է դառնալ իրական, այսպես ասված, real։ Մենք դա կբացահայտենք մեր հյուրերի հետ եւ կարծում եմ այդպես միանում են։ Okay. Սպասենք մեր
Կրսվակյանց մտնում էր, բայց կամպալայի հետ խնդիր կա, կարող ենք սկսի դուրս թռնել, մտնել, անել եւ այլն,
Hello, dear speakers. We are welcoming you from Yerevan, and our speakers today are from Mumbai, Raul John Aju, from Beirut, Peter Raphael, and Kampala, Emily Muveji. I'm sorry if I pronounce your surname wrongly. Thank you for joining. But before starting, I would like our speakers to introduce themselves a bit. Let's start from Raul, please.
Well, my name is Raul Janaju, like you said. I am an influencer. I take sessions around the world. I am a 4-time TEDx speaker. I have spoken in Google, basically about AI, future technology, metaverse, blockchain. I also create my own AI models. I fine-tune them, RAG them. So yeah, all those kind of stuff, AI stuff.
Thank you, Raul. Peter, please. Peter? Okay, yeah. Okay, it seems like Peter is not responding. Emily, can you please introduce yourself?
I am an 18-year-old student in A-Level at Kampala Diplomatic International School. My interests are basically centered around healthcare and biotechnology and how we can use the different emerging technologies to improve that, not only the quality of healthcare, but what we can achieve in the healthcare sector. So I'm so glad to be here to talk about AI as a topic and how we could change the world as a whole.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, dear panelists. As I see, most of us here are teens, and the motto of this conference is actually for teens by teens. And I think it would be relatable if we start from discussing AI, if it's actually usable for teenagers, for students. Mostly teenagers are students today. So the institutions today have very strict and very explicit policies regarding the use of AI. And sometimes they can categorically prohibit using AI. In fact, some of my professors even report to students when they detect usage of AI within their essays. Do you think this is correct or not? Because at the same time, I have professors who even encourage usage of AI, and even they say that, okay, if you cheated when writing your essay and you succeeded to conceal it, you did it great, means you learned it and it's not cheating. Do you agree or disagree with this? How can you explain that?
Well, what I feel is simply that, so I hope no professors and teachers are watching this, but what I feel is that you can use AI in your workflow, right? But to enhance it, yes, the first few years, you should know how to write an essay. You should know how to write a code. But after that, you should start using AI, because the person who doesn't use AI will obviously get ahead of you. He might do the same thing in 2 days that you might take 2 weeks to do. So that's my opinion on this.
Thank you, Raul. Emily, what do you think about this?
Yes, if you think about AI, it has a vast amount of information. And if we're talking about essay writing as an example, you would need a lot of information to come up with a very good essay. So if someone is using AI to get that exact information, maybe statistics or certain data that they want to use in their essay, then I wouldn't consider it cheating. But if someone goes ahead and says, AI, write this complete essay about maybe political state of the world currently, then of course that's cheating at the moment. But when it comes to how schools are using it and the strict policies that they have, I feel like we need to ease up on those kind of things, because if you look at Finland as an example, AI in schools is being taught, they're being taught how to use ChatGPT alongside their education. So if we brought AI into schools and actually taught people how to use it less as a form of teaching, but more as a form of teaching them how to solve problems by getting information quickly, then we could cut out that sense of cheating.
All right, but at the same time, essentially that means that the student is not the one who completes the homework. So AI, let's not talk about AI as something computer made, but like as some other expert or some other student, a person. So basically, someone else wrote your homework, did your homework instead of you. Does that cheating or not?
That's cheating. But someone, for example, your parent helps you, or if your teacher helps you and says, this is what you have to improve upon it, this is where you can improve, then obviously you can improve upon it. And I'm not saying the first few years you should not use AI. You should learn how to do it from the start. You should know the basics. But in the future, to be ahead of other people, you do need to start using AI, or you will be left behind in, the race. So, yes.
I agree with it. And moving to our next question, which actually relates to this one. So, you use AI to learn, but with that, you forget how to learn, basically. So, you simplify your process of learning because, for example, our parents, the generation of our parents, in order to learn something, they had to dig the books, go to libraries, ask people, their teachers, their professors, I don't know, watch many programs in order to get something that today we can get within a matter of 5 minutes. So essentially, and that it's not only related to learning, essentially, when using AI means we forget many skills. So should we embrace AI, or maybe should we encourage the individuality of a person who uses AI? Well, potentially.
What I feel is that as such, when we learn stuff, we can learn it in different ways. Like you said, some time ago, we need to go to the libraries, we had to find a specific word, then go and search for that, right? Now, before, AI, you could just do a Google search. So obviously, the way we learn things will keep on changing. Maybe in the future, we don't even need to go to ChatGPT. Just think about it, and you will get the answer in your mind. So obviously, the way we learn stuff will change. That's for sure. Now, based on that, see, during the COVID time, a lot of people, including me, forgot how to learn stuff. So after that, I went to school, I didn't know how to learn stuff, right? So with the help of AI and Google and all those kind of stuff, I was able to learn back. Okay, this is how to learn stuff, this is how to understand concepts. So they actually helped me regain back the ability of learning stuff after the COVID period. So I feel the learning will obviously keep on changing. So it has to change. It has changed over the past few years. It's not just about AI.
Great, thank you. And since Peter already joined us, I would like to ask the same question to him. Did you hear the question, Peter? Thank you for joining. Peter? Okay, seems like Peter cannot hear us. Emily, do you have anything to add to this?
Yes, I 100% think we should embrace AI, because if you look to the past, when calculators were coming in, everyone said that we are going to lose our ability to do basic math like long division. But having the calculator allowed us to embrace higher level forms of math. So if you think about this in the AI aspect, yes, we may lose a bit of skill, but it allows us to focus on more important skills like critical thinking. Because if we wanted AI to allow us to do certain things, we would have to prompt it to do that certain thing. And to have a good prompt, you would have to be able to think about that critically. So I think we should embrace it and allow people to use this as a way of learning, because it would expose us to different kinds of information. So instead of going on Google and searching for a certain article and having to spend an hour or 2 hours reading 10 articles to get maybe 5 lines of information, you could get that information from AI in about 5 minutes, and you'd get the same amount of information. Now, if we think about it in another aspect, as we mentioned, I'm very interested in quantum computing, and this is a field that I just got into because of how we could use it in drug discovery. But for us to be able to use quantum computing, we had to do coding, and I'm not very big on coding. So instead of me spending maybe a year learning how to code from scratch, I was able to just go to ChatGPT, get the lines of code, not just copying and pasting them, but ChatGPT was explaining to me, this line of code does this line of code does this, and I was able to learn quicker by doing, less more reading. So when we learn by doing and actually creating things, we can focus more on those skills and the output of what we are getting, other than the process of taking a lot of time in learning, but still getting the skills that we need.
That's wonderful. So basically, you suggest using AI as some backup plan for support when you can simply simplify the process of finding information, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, with that said, you mean AI understands, if we can call it so, when you prompt something, because you said you have to prompt it to perform a certain thing, a certain task. So does AI, okay, I will say it like this. So AI basically understands it, and the better you prompt it, the better answer you get. So is it smart, or it just does something that usually smart people do? Is it actually smart? Can we call it an AI smart?
Well, here's my opinion on that. AI is smart, not smart yet. It's just thinking through a lot of lines of codes and tokens and all those kind of stuff, right? But what I feel, AI as such is just trying to replicate us. It's trying to replicate patterns. For example, when AI creates a picture, it's trying to replicate the picture in pixels, like picture of how many pixels are there in a dog. So it creates the pixels of a dog. How many pixels are there? How does this pixel of a space looks like? So it tries to recreate that. So as such, what I feel is that AI is not smart. It's just trying to replicate us, at least for now. When we go into the age of AGI, ASI, they will be smart. But now they just appear to be smart. Now, on the topic of prompt, I feel before, when we used to, write code and talk to computers, it was different. After that, we started, to use all these languages and, to talk to computers. Now we started to use prompts to talk to computers or machines or AI, artificial intelligence, right? So in the future, we might not even need prompt. In the next 10 years, prompt engineering might not even exist. What you might need is, for example, just natural language, just how you talk to like a normal human being. So yeah, that's what I feel, because it's going to evolve over the time, and it's not smart as us.
All right. So you say that it tries to replicate. Oh, Peter has joined us, I can see. Can you hear us, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Peter. So here we're discussing if AI is smart or not. And as Raul said, it tries to replicate being smart, what intelligent people usually do. So what do you think about it? And if it replicates, why don't we call people who replicate, basically, if people in their learning process, in the development process, replicate what their parents, their friends, other people do, why do we call them smart but not AI?
You please repeat the question.
Sorry?
You please repeat the question.
Okay. So the question is, according to Raoul, AI replicates what smart people do, and that is why it seems to be smart. If that is the case, why do people who replicate their parents in their development process, babies essentially, their friends, other people who they see on TV, everything, children replicate, learn by replicating. Why are they eventually considered smart but not AI?
There are multiple ways to consider what smart is. Smart isn't all about data or knowing things in general. So when we consider AI, AI is just all the data collected, and it's like a form of Google in a way, but it's just different because it forms the results in a human-like sentence. So when you compare this to, let's say, a human, AI isn't able to use critical thinking. It's not able to consider emotions and be open-minded to maybe change the response or in any way or form, while AI just gives you a straight response and it just gives the response based on previous data that was collected by us humans.
All right. So essentially, you say that AI does what it's said to be done.
Yes, you could consider that.
Okay. But in some cases, especially when you ask ChatGPT, it relies on information from web. In some cases, not. But it's not asked to search the web. So it chooses by itself. So if such features, if such functionality, similar functionality, they added more, the developers of ChatGPT or similar AIs, essentially that would become a more sophisticated, more advanced AI. Well, similar to what we have in humans.
Modern AIs still can't think like us. They just rely on data that was collected by humans themselves. So AI, we can't consider it smart because it depends on us and it cannot collect its own data. It can only collect our data and maybe formulate a response based on multiple sources.
Other participants, what do you think about this?
I kind of disagree to that. What I feel is that even humans, learn from stuff from the time they were a child. They see other people and they learn themselves too, right? Just like an AI. We also, to AI, we only give the information. To other humans, from the time they were born, we only give the information. So the data provided is the same place. But here is where the difference is. The difference is particularly on how much things that they can think at the same time. Well, our servers and computers are not capable of thinking the same way, while our mind are capable of thinking much more heavier and smarter stuff. But on the other side, AI, our servers are not capable at all for doing that. So yeah, that's what I feel. That's what kind of defines smart. How much things are able to think at a time. It's not just about patterns. Smartness is kind of patterns. But the more patterns you think, the more things you have seen from your childhood, the more data you have, the more better you can predict what comes after. So yeah, that's what I feel.
So, okay, that's very interesting idea. Okay, so I'd like to ask specifically, Raoul, since you have already experience with legal AI, do you think that it is ethical to use legal AI in legal aspect? Because sometimes, well, it can replicate its own, not its own ideas, but the ideas that it's being trained on into the cases, and if that is ethical or not.
Here's my opinion on that. Like my AI bot Nyaya Sati, what I did with that because it's legal, you can't have any risk of it kind of telling a wrong information, right? It can't just say a random thing. So what I did with that, I talked to a lot of police officers, the law minister of my state and countries and all. So what I did with them, I got a lot of information from police officers and the internet which are publicly available. I trained it to it using fine tuning and a new method. So fine tuning is how we can teach it on how to talk to people. For example, you might use complex words with lawyers, but with common people, you might use simpler words, right? So with that help of RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, I was able to teach it information that normally it would, hypnotize about it and it will give you the wrong information. So in short, we can use new techniques and give more data about specifically law and stuff, so it doesn't, give wrong information. The chances of it giving wrong information is less. And obviously, the bot I created is not to replace lawyers, just so any lawyers are watching this. But in short, we are trying to act as an Uber to connect people and lawyers in between. That's Nyaya Sati. So in case if it gets something wrong in its advice, we will connect to our board of lawyers that are there with us. So because we can't fully ever rely on AI, that's what I've been trying to say. We always need a human touch.
Very interesting. So we need human touch just to ensure that we're in scope of ethical. Great. And since we have very little time left, I would like to ask to all our panelists the last question. So in philosophy of mind, we have this term called autophenomenology. It's when you rely on subjective data in order to gain more data. For example, if you ask a person, are you happy? Most of the time they will say yes or no by knowing their state. So can we do the same with AI? For example, can we ask, I don't know, the best model today, probably the reasoning models, the chain of thoughts reasoning models. For example, are you smart enough to do architecture, to be an architect?
Well, I feel this has already been done. So DeepSeek AI by China was using reinforcement learning, right? For example, we asked ChatGPT, it went to ChatGPT, it asked it a lot of questions, and with that data, it trained itself. Apparently it's speculations, but we are pretty sure that it did that because DeepSeek says, I am ChatGPT in some of its responses. So we know how it got their data, right? So by doing this, they kind of went to ChatGPT, learned from them, like for example, learning being an architect, let's say an example, and taught another model, a newer model, on what the other model knew, including the bias, everything, including being an architect or anything. So yeah, I feel that is totally possible, even now and in the future. Taking data not just as data sets, but as from another model directly. It's like asking another human being about their information, and then the same answer I'm repeating to someone else. Like imagine I'm just saying the answers right now, which I'm asking ChatGPT and I'm saying it out loud. That won't be fair, right? So that's the same thing happening there. It's known as reinforcement learning.
Great.
Yeah, I think going off of Raul's point, I don't think, as much as AI is able to reason, I don't think AI knows what kind of depth it would go to, because that would take us to the AGI part of it, which is artificial general intelligence, where it would be able to feel things like humans, speak like humans, connect as humans. But at the moment with the AI we have now, like ChatGPT, it's solely based on the information that it has and the information that's available on the web. So it's not able to, let me say, completely give us an architectural design that would work effectively. As Raul said again, we would have to have that human aspect into it and make sure that those designs are accurate and correct before we can fully give AI the ability to, lead by itself, because we're not yet at that point. We would have to get to the AGI point for AI to be able to, live by itself and make its own decisions.
So I would like to answer the question. So as I previously said, I don't think we can consider AI as smart because it only relies on information that was collected and built by humans ourselves. In the scenario where maybe AI were to lead and work as like an architecture, I think it's completely possible only if humans provide enough data and information for the AI to use, because many humans prefer some type of living or like a different type of style, and I don't think AI can really determine what a specific human wants unless we give the data. So I think it's totally possible in the future, but I think we need some sort of surveillance or some person to kind of lead the AI in the right direction.
Great, thank you very much for answering this very philosophical question. So our time is up. Thank you very much, dear panelists. And
thank you for calling me and giving us all a chance.
So with this being said, I would like to welcome Beirut as their next opening. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Right? Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I know it was difficult because of the connection issues with the microphone, but you were great. You agree with me?
Okay, thank you very much for your audience. I would like us to appreciate the wonderful presentation made by our panelists. So next on the agenda is a watch party. Some of you might, I don't know what you're thinking about a watch party, but this one is an interesting one and more philosophical. We will start with a presentation by our superintendent. He was having something last time that we didn't get to finish. And I would like us to first offer him some audience, and he will present more about AI. Later on, we will have a short exhibition where you will see some cool things happening here. Right at the back, for those interested in robotics and AI, you'll get a chance to ask the young engineers who are here. So I'd like to invite Dr. Cosmas for the presentation.
It's actually not a presentation. Thank you, David, for giving me a few more minutes to interact with this interesting crowd. Maybe before I go on, I want to know if we're excited about what we've seen so far. And thank you, Emily. I think that was a very interesting take. I think it's a conversation that we need to have as a nation to see how we fit in. I was making a point earlier that over time, Africa has stood on the sidelines of all technology revolutions. Everyone knows this. And the reason why you're here today is because the government has taken deliberate steps to see that we change this paradigm. Now, AI is a very critical entry point. It is the fulcrum of all technology as you know it. Now, will AI replace humans? Will AI replace humans? No? Is it an absolute no? Maybe it's a maybe. It's a maybe. Maybe the people who won't be replaced by AI are those who can create AI, right? I think Raul talked about general intelligence. It's only a matter of time before you have AI that can collect its own data and learn from it and act. The only person who will be safe from that AI will be the one who is smarter than the AI, isn't it? Do you know how many neurons are in GPT-3, the large language model that powers ChatGPT? About how many? 176 billion. Do you know how many neurons you have in your brain? Ballpark? Anyone? Anyone? I'm giving prizes. Anyone? Maybe 100 billion. Your frontal cortex, where most of the reasoning and decision making happens, is probably about 20 billion. So what you're saying is that the biggest models that we have now already have more neurons, have more compute power than the human brain. Let that sink in. Now, not to disagree a little bit, but you see, the reason why AI has the potential to be smarter than you is because it has access to a vast repository of information. I mean, how do humans learn? You learn through imitation. You learn through conditioning. You learn through reasoning. You learn through exposure to all sorts of data points, because everything around you is also data. But your confines are limited to your surroundings. Now, that means that if you have an AI model that has more exposure than a typical human being does, and which is more likely going to be the case, then it's only a matter of time before AI becomes more intelligent than humans. Now, I want to make 3 points, and then I'll hand over back to Kateba. One is that we think about AI as a good thing, right? I remember once I was listening to a Professor Temaiti gave a talk, and this was about 10 years ago. And we talk about artificial intelligence, but there's also artificial stupidity. You know that? Artificial stupidity will be AI is garbage in, garbage out, right? You give it terrible data, it will give you terrible output. You tell it people of this particular region or people of this particular skin type are more prone to conducting crime, criminal activities, and it will make decisions based on that very notion. Now, what if your instruction you gave to AI is for it to cure cancer, and the decision it decides to take is, you know what? Who gets sick from cancer? Tell me, humans, right? So, here's how we can get rid of cancer. Let's get rid of all humans. Problem solved. Isn't it? That's an evil genie right there. And it's quite possible. Have you heard of biological weapons? You know that it took us more than 15 years and billions of dollars in investment in order to create the first human genome. And right now, you can literally sequence the entire human genome in a matter of hours, powered by AI. Now that means that you can create literally anything, manipulate any gene, and make it harmful. This, you must have heard of research, that is, of dual use of concern. Now, I know we need to focus on the good things, but as young people, I think it's very important for you to know that you're being thrust into a world where you're not just supposed to learn and do things, but you're supposed to do them in an ethical way. Now, I know most of you may consider AI intimidating. It is not. You don't have to be a math whiz or a computer geek. AI is for problem solvers, it is for dreamers, it is for those who think and know they can make the world better, and I think it's all of you. Some of you may think AI is too complicated, but let's be real, everything is complicated. You remember that first video game you learned? It looked complicated, isn't it? But after a few touches and presses, it looked doable. You experimented, you failed, you tried again, and you came out on top. And AI is just like that. Now, I know most of you are already on the deep end, and I hope that what you will engage in here today will set you up or propel you onto the next level. I hope as you also interact, as you caucus, you'll also get to learn about a few other initiatives that we have set in motion. For example, we've put in place a Deep Tech Center for Excellence in Namave. It's a very good resource that can help you bring your ideas to life. We are also going to set up, and I talked about Tumo earlier, we're going to set up a replica of Tumo here in Uganda. I think you should clap for that. You see, as I end, I think I talked about the conference that I attended in Yerevan, and Hannah was there. I was also with David Gonahasa. There was a presentation from someone from NVIDIA. I forget his name. Eli? Yes, so he first talked about the fancy stuff. You know, NVIDIA makes the compute that makes all the AI possible. But then he ended with this. He said, the only nations that will get ahead in the AI game are those that are able to nurture talent from the youngest age. Now, I get excited when I see 8, 12, 15, 18-year-olds interested in artificial intelligence. Forget about the 30-year-olds. Of course, you know anyone can learn, but the brain is plastic. You know about neuroplasticity. You're still in that golden window where you can actually learn and do anything. And I think you know about the number of hours you need to invest for you to become world class at anything. For you, the world is your oyster. So take advantage of the opportunities that have been given to you. Take advantage of the environments that have been created for you and make the most of them. And I want to commit on behalf of my institution, that's the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at the Office of the President, that we are taking this head on and we will give you all the support you need in order. Now, we don't want you to just play around and create things. We want you to create tools, create technologies that you can translate into businesses and big-time industries. Because a single successful company can create for us more money than our current GDP combined. Do you know what the current revenue? What's the annual revenue of Microsoft? Okay. Anyone? No? Revenue? Annual sales? Anyone who knows? No? It's more than 100 billion, actually. It's much more than that. Do you know the annual GDP of Uganda? No, do you know the GDP of Uganda? Gross domestic product, like our economy all combined. Anyone? Anyone? You should know. You do? Right? Yes? Around $50 billion. So one single company's worth, okay, I'm not even talking about the worth, I'm talking about the revenue it makes. The money it makes in a single year is much more than our GDP. Its net worth is a different ballgame. It's even a lot more. So anyway, I could go on and on, but the point is we're looking at you to change that paradigm. Thank you, David, for giving me more time. And again, I want to thank you for showing up. Now make it count. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Another round of applause for Dr. Cosmas.
During a conference, John McCarthy, who's known as the father
so
of
we're going for
artificial
a watch
intelligence,
party,
mentioned
and it's an
AI
interesting
for the
one.
first
We're
time
going
in
to have
history.
presentations
Before that,
from other countries, but as well as a small exhibition. You can go and try out some robotics there if you are interested in that. And some of you can keep listening. It is for about 30 minutes, so up to 11:25. Yes.
smart machines أو thinking machines رح نسمي
as we try to relate to. My name is Priscilla from Young Engineers Uganda. I came with a team. We have Mr. Alan, Miss Stella, and Miss Deborah. We are a STEM industry. We are in the STEM industry. And today we are showcasing some of the things that we use in the education sector to teach young children like us here. Basically, we run from 4 years to 21. And I was earlier saying that for the 4 years to 6 years, at that age, we are still trying to connect with the environment that we live in. So we use this particular kit that has colorful pieces to come up with models that relate to the environment that we live in. One of the models that we have created today is a Ferris wheel, an amusement park Ferris wheel, where children like us want to go and have fun. So we look at the science that it uses, the centripetal and centrifugal forces, but at that age, children cannot comprehend the term centrifugal and centripetal. So we call it the push and pull forces. So as they learn that, we are trying to instill or to motivate them to love science, technology, mathematics, and engineering at that tender age. So they will know that when you're on a Ferris wheel, there is a pull and push force that helps the Ferris wheel to keep moving in a circular motion, as she's demonstrating. So as you have fun, they get to learn that there is a science behind this amusement park Ferris wheel that they get to learn. Then we have a baby carriage where we learn about stability, and also we learn about friendship and caring for each other. So as children grow up, they need to learn that they have to care for each other. So here we are learning about friendship and care for each other as humanity. Then from there we have, now today we use the Lego pieces. These are Lego pieces put together to come up with different models. This is a cake mixer. And here we learn about gear transmission. How do gears connect to work in a real cake mixer to help us mix our ingredients to come up with a cake. So that is how it works. So these are the gears, and when the gears are touching, then it will spin. Another model is a washing machine. So a washing machine here also uses the centrifugal and centripetal forces. Those forces are almost in all models that move in a circular motion. So here they are also learning about transmission, belt transmission. Around here, when we have two or more pulleys connected with a belt around them, here we are just using a rubber band to demonstrate. But in real machines, it is a real belt connected between two or more pulleys, and then it will work. So the science behind it and the technology. Then we have an elevator. Most of us have gone into elevators, but an elevator uses gear transmission, like we can see here. Transmission is movement of energy from one part of a machine to another. So as you are in an elevator, for you, you don't know that there are gears connected, and they are the ones helping you to go up and down. So we are trying to use the Legos to teach that to the children, as they also learn about gravity and all the other technologies behind. So the elevator uses gravity to move up and down, also using gear transmission. Then we have a Ferris wheel here. Now the other one was for the young ones. This one is for the middle age or the intermediate age. Actually between like 10 to 12 years. They are the ones that use these pieces. So this uses belt transmission, and it also uses the centrifugal and centripetal forces since it is moving in a circular motion. We have the other category of robotics, and I'm going to give the speaker to Mr. Alan to continue from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Now here we have a VEX robot, all right? Having gone through all this, learning about the different forces, the different energies, like centripetal, centrifugal, friction force, and all that, now you come also to this level where you're introduced to different programming languages, all right? Now this VEX robot here, it has a controller that works as its brain, all right? Just like a human person has a brain that is controlling them, also the robot has a brain that controls it to do a number of things, all right? So you can program it to do certain tasks. Let's say you've put a robotic hand to pick different things. Let's say you've put an ultrasonic sensor to detect obstacles and objects around it. And some of these robots can be programmed to either work in autonomous mode or be controlled using controllers. A case in point is this one, BaseBot. This is a BaseBot that is still being worked on, and the different parts can also be connected here. Let's say robotic hands and stuff, so you can hold the control and try to control it. Just feel free. Yes, you can move back and forth. Yes, continue. Yes. Now they're using a controller to to give it the different commands. The different programming languages, well, there's Scratch. You can program it using Scratch or C++ or Python programming, all right? Same applies to these other robots that we have here, which is a Wheelsbot. Let me put it here. This is a Wheelsbot. This is its controller. It can run in both autonomous mode, or it can be controlled using a controller to go back and forth. It has an ultrasonic sensor that enables it to detect obstacles, and it is also programmed using a Wheelsbot software. Like I said, it's also using different programming languages. C++, the commonest, Python, Scratch, and etc. Yes, there's also another category of VEX. Yes, VEX is also in different stages. We have VEX 1, 2, 3. We have VEX IQ. We have VEX V5. So depending on someone's capacity or level of experience, they go through that whole set of different stages, and then you arrive to the final one. Then later on, we expose you to a number of tasks where we tell you to use your own head to solve some of the problems that we are facing in this country. So you build a robot out of your head, depending on any problem that can be solved using technology. So you sit down, use some of the different microcontrollers that we use, such as Arduino. Now like this Cybertruck, it has an Arduino microcontroller inside it. Oh, sorry. It has an Arduino. This is the Arduino that works as its brain, all right? The brain of this robot is here, or ESP32, like in the other, ESP32, and etc, different microcontrollers that we get to use. So this is its brain. You program it, and you put a Bluetooth module so it can be controlled using your smartphone, all right? Then it also displays the different datas on the website. So that's basically in the robotics world. Thank you. In case you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So the power supply is not reaching here, but this is a smart IoT brooder. What it basically does, it has a humidity and temperature sensor that displays the different values onto the screen. But it doesn't just stop there. You could be far away and you leave your brooder. Let's say you're in an area where you cannot even access your brooder. It again sends the information onto a certain website, or you can also receive it from your phone. The only thing that you have to do is to connect it to a stable internet connection, all right? Then after connecting it there, you keep receiving the different results from the other end. That is how it works. It doesn't just stop there. It is also used to do other stuff like connecting other electronic components. It can also light the different lights that are within a brooder. We all know what a brooder is, where the young birds first go through that whole stage of growing, then now after maturing, they are taken to the main house, all right? They are usually very young, and they always want a certain amount of temperature, isn't it? Once they are exposed to this normal temperature of ours, they can easily die, or they get a number of diseases, and you end up making a loss. So we have a smart brooder that keeps tracking and monitoring the temperature that is around. In case the heat is a bit down there or the temperatures have changed, you can either come and increase the fire, or you connect a certain you connect anything that will be producing the heat for them. And once it is also too much, because we also know that it is supposed to reach at a certain temperature, once it is also too much for them, it can as well be regulated. That's why here we have high, low, and medium. Yeah, so that's basically with this IoT brooder, the Cybertruck, the Whalesbot, the VEX V5, VEX IQ. We also have VEX 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to give out different controllers to different people to play around. Yes, you want? Yes, here. Yes, you can control it to go forward, back and forth. It can, yes. There's another controller. So this other robot also, for it what it does, it detects colors. It is programmed to do that. Yes, you program it. Once it sees like red, it is programmed to stop, or green, depending on how it has been programmed. All right? So it's right. So now this one, that one is an ultrasonic sensor that specifically detects this one here, the one that is in front, detects obstacles. This robot can as well be programmed to follow a line. This is a line sensor, all right? Yes, you can also program it to just follow a line, it continually follows it. Then this is the ultrasonic sensor that detects the different obstacles that are in front. It can also give you the different values of the distance. Let's say it tells you that this is from there to there, from that obstacle to this one, it is 15 centimeters. So you can use it also in a number of projects. In a number of projects as well. Now you see, it is looking for obstacles to dodge. Once it sees that one, it goes back. Yes.
أنا بيتر رافائيل وعمري 15 سنة وعامل جريد 9.
اوكي. هل برأيكم إنه الذكاء الاصطناعي عم بيساعدكم على التعلم بشكل أسرع وأكثر كفاءة وليش؟ يلا رح نبلش من ليا. اوكي. حسب طريقة الاستخدام، يعني نحن إذا كنا عم نستخدمه بطريقة مضبوطة ومنيحة حيكون عم بيساعدنا وعم بيسهل علينا أكثر، بينما إذا كنت عم كثير منيحة أو إنه بطريقة إنه
So, as we still test out our robots, we have different ways we reach out to students. One is in schools. We are enrolled in schools that call upon us. We go there and teach. These are some of the things that we teach. We also have programs where we are involved in championships, the VEX championships. We shall be representing Uganda, and we have been there. This is going to be our 4th time this year in April. And we also do weekend programs. So we have an office in Intinda. We do weekend programs Saturday from 9 to 1. And then we also have holiday programs for national schools. When other people are in holiday watching TV, don't just sit and watch TV. You can do something constructive, okay? So we have those weekend programs. You can reach us, and we shall we shall take you through some of these things. We also have the summer camp for international schools. Those 2 months when the international schools are in a break, we also cater for them. Then in case you have a birthday, you invite your friends. We can also come and do a birthday camp, and we celebrate with you. We also have, okay. So we have all those different programs. You can pass by this table, and we shall give you more details. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Young Engineers. We will have another presentation right here. And for those in schools, you should also get excited about this.
Hello. Good morning. I believe it's still a morning. I'm called Jaira Kipkoech from Zunda Tech, Uganda. At Zunda Tech, we make 3D printers, and we also run programs in schools where we showcase what we can do with 3D printers. And right before us, we have some of the parts for the printers. If you can see here, we have printed some parts just for us to see what or how a 3D printer comes together. So if you can just have a feel. These are parts. They are printed from plastic. And from this, we're able to build more 3D printers. And maybe for those who are asking, what's a 3D printer? A 3D printer it's a machine that's able to create 3D objects from three-dimensional objects that have either been designed in a computer or scans of real-world objects. So, what's our goal as Zunda Tech, you may ask? Our goal is to ensure that every student has their wildest dreams achieved, and this can be achieved through having the ability to create what you can think, because our tagline is think, design, create. If you can think about something and you can design it, you can make it. If we as a country is looking forward to developing, we should be able to harness the power of AI. And how do we harness this now on the hardware side? Because yes, we have done so much to see how we do programming, how we see people. I'm sorry. We have put our focus to create the software. But now here we have brought for us a solution so that we can bring these solutions to life through actual real-life products that we can sell in the markets. We can do classroom items. We can make prototypes for industrial parts, and that's it mainly from me. Is there anyone with a question? How does it work? So a 3D printer takes instructions in form of G codes, and G codes are just a set of instructions which tell a printer to move in a given direction and to do a particular command. So these commands are given from the computer, okay? So the computer gives the printer instructions that do this, move here, move here, move here, and in doing that, it's able to create an object. Okay? Let me ask, how do you draw a circle?
I use my hands. Right. Yes, I use my hands. I command the brain that you write.
So use your hand, but the instruction is from your brain. Not so? And you have a tool, which is there, a pencil and a paper. Not so? So let's say this is our paper. Now, here is our pen. Here. This is our pen. And this is our ink. Okay? Now, for a paper, for if you're drawing a circle, you just write in a flat surface. Okay. Now for this, our ink can write up and down. So if you write the first one, then you write the other one up. What do you create? If you keep making circles upwards, what do you make?
Something like cylinder.
You make a cylinder. Thank you so much. So a cylinder is a circle, but in 3 dimensions. So a 3D printer basically creates small slices of 2D shapes or 2D shapes into 3D shapes. Yes.
No, I was trying to ask, like, what kind of materials do you use? Any kind of plastics, or there are specific plastics you need to use?
Thank you so much. So we have several types of plastics that you can print with. The most common one being PLA, which is a biodegradable material. By that we mean that it actually decomposes over time, so we don't have a problem whereby it's ending up in the landfills and failing to decompose. Then another item we use is PET, which we get from recycled bottles. And as Zundatech, we are undertaking that initiative to produce filament from PET to ensure that we conserve our environment and we reduce pollution. It's biodegradable. Thank you so much. PLA takes about 3 to 5 years to decompose naturally, though it can be accelerated. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Okay, so for more questions, you'll come by at the end of this session. They will be running. You'll see the pencil writing with the ink he mentioned. Okay, so let's head back to our seats. Okay, thank you very much. AI teams. You will see the logo behind below it. The channel is called. Yeah, we can go and set her up. Okay, please let's have our seats. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's all take our seats, please. So the next session is a presentation from one of the young innovators here. Yes, the next presentation is a presentation of an AI health app that was developed by a very young lady. And this is what our superintendent mentioned. How do we get to build human capital from the ground up? The young lady is called Ainomgisha Tumsime. She's a tech enthusiast, passionate about AI and coding. She has developed an AI project using PictoBlocks and enjoys exploring how technology can solve real-world problems. She also likes sharing her ideas, and we're going to listen to one of her ideas in health. I will be letting her in very fast. Yes, so her innovation is around COVID. I know most of you were devastated with COVID. At least I was. Though initially there was a rumor that COVID doesn't kill young people. And so I wasn't very stressed. I don't know that it was true or it wasn't, but her innovation is around COVID-19, and some of these solutions go and drive more impact in other diseases as well. It is from disaster that we get actual big interventions. Some people mentioned the reason to why we are where we are is because we don't have sufficient problems. But I think we do, and I think we can have nice solutions innovated in this space of AI. So I want to pose a question that most of you will think about. At the end of this session, you should think of what have you learned and what will you do to either using AI or to impact your life differently. We might choose randomly and you mention, but please have it at the back of your mind. Let this be an impactful session for each one of us. So, yep, I will have her introduce herself and
my name is Ainam Gishatsi Mainebiona. I'm a 9-year-old from Twinbrook Elementary School, Uganda. I love AI and I would love to empower other young people like me to make projects using AI to make their life easier. So I made this AI project using PictoBlocks, and I named it a medical AI. It tells you, when you tell it your symptoms, it tells you what you're sick of. I personally programmed it only for diseases like COVID-19, diabetes, and malaria. So I would like to show you how it works. So this is how it is. When you click the green flag, it greets you, asks you for your symptoms, and let me show you guys again. So it greets you and asks you for your symptoms. And it's like, how are you feeling today? Please tell me your symptoms. And if you tell it like fever, and it will tell you you're infected with COVID-19 and tell you how to prevent it from spreading. Let me show you another disease, like diabetes. Let's say malaria. And then it will tell you you're infected with malaria. I would like to show you the code I used for this. Let me see. So, this diabetes too. Let's put So, I've put my wounds do not heal quickly, and it has said that I'm infected with diabetes. I should control my sugar levels, and I should exercise more and eat healthy. But I'm still programming it, like I want it to be able to, I want to add more diseases, and I also, when it's done telling you your symptoms, I want it to be able to tell you to go to a nearby health center for more medical treatments, but still working on it. And for now, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Msimi. I would like to pose a very simple question. What inspired you to build this platform?
Well, what inspired me to build this was AI is so amazing. It makes life easy. So I was just then, I was like, can't I use AI to tell me when I'm sick instead of wasting fuel to go to the hospital? And besides, if I'm feeling bad, it takes time to get there. So not to waste time and money, that's why I developed this AI.
All right, a big round of applause for such inspirational conversations. Thank you very much, Emily. So the next session is going to be the AI, the Teens panel. We're going to invite the moderator for the Teens panel, who will invite the speakers for that panel. It's a Teens panel, so you expect young faces to this. And the moderator is none other than Hannah Kalinda. Hannah Kalinda is, let me get the bio here. So Hannah Kalinda is a student at DeFoldis Primary School. She's a robotics world championship representative of Uganda for this year, actually, 2025. Let's please clap for her. She has already reached.
my name is Kaylin Kalinda. I'm 9 years old. I go to Daffodils Primary School. Today our topic is AI for good. How can African youth use AI to solve real problems? I would like to invite our panelists to introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yes, that's the energy. My name is Paul Nkolo. I'm 18 years old and I study at Kampala Diplomatic International School. I'm very interested in supersonic flying and aviation, so planes that go really fast, basically. And yes, today we're here to talk about AI for good. Thank you.
Hello. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Norbert Chris Lubankene, A-level students from Kampala Diplomatic International School. We are here to discuss about AI for good and how can it impact on the good life of African teenagers. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Yishanga, and I'm here to talk about how AI can help Africans.
Hello, I'm by the name of Tim Emmanuel, and we are all here to talk about AI for good and how much of it we could integrate into African youth and how it could solve other big problems. Thank you.
Thank you. First question, what problems in your daily life or community do you wish AI could help you solve right now?
Yes, so one problem that we frequently have at home is when my sibling gets sick, it's almost inevitable that everyone in the house will get sick. And that's a problem that keeps happening again and again. And I keep thinking, why can't we learn from this? Why can't we stop the spread of disease, not only within our homes, but within the community as a whole? We've had many diseases that have happened throughout the years, and I believe if we give this information to AI, I would love it to help minimize the spread of these diseases.
To me, I think in the African community, one of the biggest challenges concerning healthcare is medical diagnostics. I know a lot of people in the crowd there that have experienced this problem of you fall sick, but then the sickness is not that intense, like you have some fever and then maybe some little bit of headache. And then in the village, my grandma would always say, just take the Panadol and swallow, you'll be okay. So from that, there are a lot of young Africans dying from wrong medical diagnostics, like you just feel headache and then you take Panadol. You don't know what disease you are suffering from. Maybe it's a early side of COVID-19, for example, but now you're taking Panadol and you think you'll be okay. Or maybe you go and buy Coartem, you swallow. And then after 2 weeks, the medical condition, the illness that you have might increase higher. So I think we could use AI in medical health to better the process of medical diagnosis. In a case whereby if someone falls sick, we could use AI to determine better how much of what they're suffering from and what they're suffering from. In a scenario whereby someone falls sick, we could develop an AI tool, maybe an application or physical component that we could restore at home, people buy and use. Maybe you take a blood test. I'm pretty sure everyone here, with the help of your parents, you can take a blood test. Maybe we put in that tool and then the AI will be able to tell us what disease that person is suffering from. And that would help very much to reduce the high risk of death in the African population. Thank you.
So, I wish AI could help us with an weather app like climate change, because we are not sure if we're in the rainy season or the dry season. So, farmers could get ready.
Thank you. From my point of view, we can use AI in the food supply chain. If we can model a chatbot or an AI tool that can be used to calculate, let's say in a smart family, it can be used to calculate the amount of food needed so that we can be able to utilize our resources and also minimize wastage, because waste is causing a lot of chaos, air pollution in our environment. So the AI tools will evaluate us which amount of food could this family be having today, and with that way the waste product will be reduced. And I want to elaborate about the climate change. Yes, AI predictive analysis can be used to detect severe weather conditions, when will the rain fall, and when is the drought system. As you know, most Africans, we are mostly at the youth age, according to the age bracket, around 25 to 45 years of most African population are the youth. So if we could be able to develop an AI tool, AI chatbot that can predict the weather, so that will help in the agricultural sector, that will impact on the health, it will impact on the economy of our continent, as I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we may have second question. Have you or your friends used any AI tools or apps to address an issue at home, school, or in your neighborhood? Share your story.
Yes, so I'm sure we all have hobbies here, things we like to do in our free time. So me personally, I quite like the game of chess. And I was talking with my cousin one day and we said, we should learn how to not only play chess, but how can we create it? But to learn how to create chess, you need to learn to code, and it would take a very long time. And so we used AI. We got into an AI and said, okay, how do you code chess? And it gave us everything that we needed to code our own game of chess. And yes, we used some help from some engines online. But not only did we actually code a fully fleshed game, but we learned how to code it. The AI explained each part. This part is because of this part is because of that. And that's something I'm very proud of. Thank you.
For me, it was a very funny encounter whereby I went back home after school. It was in Kitgum district. It's a very small town. So there was a lady in the neighborhood who sells food at a local restaurant. So, most of these road construction companies, there are Chinese firms that come here to build for us the road. So there was a certain Chinese guy who wanted to buy a local dish called malakwang. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. It's a very delicious one. So the Chinese guy comes to the restaurant. He wants to buy food, but he doesn't speak English. And the lady speaks only Acholi. And then I was coming across to go to the restaurant to also buy something small. So the lady saw the Chinese guy is trying to speak Chinese, I don't know, some little English. The lady got confused and she decided to run away, close the restaurant and run away until the Chinese guy goes away. Then she comes back because she was scared. So I had an opportunity to talk to the guy, though the English was a little bit Englishing, not properly. So we talked to him and he said malakwang. So I was like, okay, and this is a food place. So I talked to the lady in the local language. He needs malakwang, but the amount he wanted, I didn't know of properly because the numbers are a little bit difficult. So I had to use Google Translate to translate the Chinese language into English to know how much of the quantity of food he needed and in what content he would want it to be put in. So I think Google Translate helped me a lot there with the lady as well. So because not only helped her to get the money, but also get the confidence that next time when a foreigner comes, you should not run away because we have AI tools that could help you to ease your life in your community. Thank you.
When I traveled to China, like the Chinese food is not the same here, and so like I wanted to order food, and the man didn't know how to speak English, so I used Google Translator, and it worked. And
Thank you. I would like to say some advice. If we are speaking, let's try to be short and brief because we have a little time. As I respond to the second question about the use of AI in the real world, like how have we already used, or some of our friends who have used AI already in the real world, I could say, for now, we're in Uganda, we still don't have enough resources to engage in all these activities, but as per my view, we at robotics teams, and with my point of view, I can see like if we could develop some sensors and we put in these robotic teams and we develop them to be like used in the real world. So there's a robotic we built last time for irrigation. We know Africa always affected by drought and most of the countries. So if we could inbuild the AI tools in those robotics so that can just sense when they're in the garden, then you can even get the chat, the app in your phone. You'll be in office, you'll be somewhere else, even out of the country. Then you just check on from your phone, then you'll be like, I need water in my garden, there's low moisture content, and there's this and this. So you can just control from somewhere. Then this will actually impact on the economy of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. What are the biggest challenges African teenagers face when trying to use AI to fix problems they care about, and how can we overcome them?
So, for example, after this talk here, we're all going to go home and say, okay, AI, how has this talk impacted me? How can I use AI? But there are a lot of people, especially in rural areas or in schools outside of Kampala, that don't have access to AI for one reason or another. Either they don't have the infrastructure, or sometimes they simply don't know about it. They're not sensitized about it. And so one way I thought of combating this problem was, there are some phones that have browsers automatically downloaded on them, and you can't delete them. And I really think AI should be one of these apps that should be automatically installed on phones and computers across the country. Thank you.
As a topic concerning the African community, according to me, I think accessibility is one of the main things as it talked about, but large parts of the population also doesn't have access to either the gadgets or stable and reliable internet. So if we could urge the government and some other non-government organizations to provide at least the gadgets or maybe stable internet and reliable ones, because there is internet in Uganda, but in some areas not that reliable, because searching on Google could take you 2 minutes, and if I'm to search about something on ChatGPT, for example, and it's taking me more than 45 seconds, there is a higher chance that next time I'll not go back there again. So accessing the devices and then reliable internet, and then sensitizing people on how to use it and the advantages of using it. Those are the points. Thank you.
Like, she said ChatGPT has the version where I have to pay for, so, and it gives more information, and like the person that doesn't pay for it has less information, and then we as teenagers might not have the money to pay for it.
Okay, about the challenges facing African teenagers in the use of AI, I think they all talk about all the good points, can talk of limited access to quality education, financial aids, and the sensitization is talked about earlier. So I will just talk about some of the some of the solutions to this problem. As I see about the financial aid he made mention earlier, if government could come in place, like we can talk about the government policy. You know, with AI, we mostly use gadgets and devices for doing all these things. So if government can regulate the tax on the gadgets and devices access into the country, then that will greatly impact on the AI use and access by African teenagers. And also, if we could have organizations and some individuals to invest in the AI, then that will really help our people to get into the AI world and make the world a better world. I can give example. There's a renewable energy project we're working on. We are trying to put in place data center in the various regions across the country. And with that, I think it can really help the people to access the use of internet and the devices to enter into the AI world. And my request, if that could be elaborated more by the government and some individuals and organizations, then people will get to the world of AI and it will really impact on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Can you give us inspiring examples of young Africans making real challenges with AI?
Yes, there's this Ugandan actually called Joshua Okello. So what he did is he created an AI chatbot that basically helps teenagers with mental health illnesses. So if you have depression, anxiety, you can go talk to this bot and it will give you recommended steps forward. And I thought that was a very inspiring example by a fellow Ugandan.
I did a research recently on a guy called Benjamin Rossman from South Africa at the University of Witwatersrand University. So for me, I'm interested in robotics, and being someone who is talking about AI right now, it'd be very exciting to introduce AI in robotics for me as a person. So this guy, Benjamin Rossman, he's a researcher at the University of Witwatersrand, and he has been carrying out researches on how to ensure AI is used better in robotics for the African community. So for agriculture, for example, he has built a machine learning program for the university students at Witwatersrand University, whereby he teaches the robotic systems on how to carry out certain activities in different environments. So he uses the reinforcement learning as a machine learning technique for his robots. So his robots are able to carry out activities without being told, do this, do this. You just make sure the robot studies the environment and what's happening in the environment. Then it makes its own conclusion and gives advice on where to improve or what to do next. He also did a reverse reinforcement learning, whereby the robots, now this time is the advancement of the reinforcement learning, because this time you just let the robot do its things, and then with your guidance, you correct only the areas that it's doing wrong through the trial and error method. So I think for our school, Kampala Diplomatic, we are currently having a robotic team that will represent Uganda in the Pan-African robotics. So we could borrow such ideas into the robotics world with AI, then it will be easier to carry out certain activities without the instruction and inspections by us. Thank you.
There's a young man called Efio Bada, a Nigerian entrepreneur and founder of Tingo, a fintech company using AI to provide financial services to underserved communities.
I have a person in place. You know, when you are in the world of development, you have to start right from home. And there's this guy called Asanka Helal. He's a tech innovator who focuses on the intersection of AI and renewable energy. So what it does, it developed an AI tool that could regulate the energy used in a smart home and give all the informations, and it helps in the sustainability of energy use at our home. Then if we could get in on and support some of these ideas, then we try to expand it to all our households, like mostly in the urban cities where we normally have power cut, though we have a high peak of electricity in the country, but management is the problem. So if we could come with those ideas, put in hands and invest in it so that we can try to minimize power outcut always in the country. And you know, if there's power outcut, development will actually grow low. There will be a decline in the GPT, and we will lose life in the hospital. So if we could manage the electricity we have, and with all the resources we have in place, that's the management is the problem. So that AI tool can really impact, and it will really develop the country. Thanks.
Thank you. If you had unlimited resources, what AI-powered idea or invention would you create to transform your community?
So as I mentioned in my introduction, I'm very interested in supersonic flying, where if you're flying from here to London, you can say, oh, it will take 8 hours. You should get there in about 3 hours. And what I would do is I would use AI to analyze how other startup airlines and other aircraft have been introduced into other countries to best get them to where they need to be to properly support their economy. And so I would use AI to figure out how to implement supersonic aviation, not just globally, but mainly in Uganda.
As someone interested in robotics, and knowing that our background as Ugandans, our economy is resting on agriculture right now, I think even almost 60% of the African population, we are on farming right now, which is agriculture. So to me, I think, in my opinion, the way I want it to be, if I have unlimited resources, is to develop an agricultural rover, which is a robotics rover that could use AI and other tools and sensors that will be mounted onto it. We have one at school right now. We named it FarmFlow. So I would like it to have an AI-powered tool that would help us to predict future weather events. For example, if drought is coming, but we don't know, we can't know that next month there won't be rainfall. So the device could be a movable device that it's portable. You placed it in your area, and it could tell you that maybe next month we expect this much rainfall. So a farmer would base his own activities or his own plans. For example, if he wanted to carry out farming, like planting the seeds in Feb, but then this device is telling you by May there will be drought, and then you'll have to switch the type of seeds that you wanted to plant, which crop you wanted to plant. Maybe you plant vegetables that would be ready within 2 weeks or 3-4 weeks there. So if you plant those twice, at least we'll have reduced the cost and the loss that we'll have experienced, that by planting maybe maize that would take 3 months, then by May the drought would come and clear all of them down. So I think that device would be a very useful one in the African community. Thank you.
Yeah, I would make a localized AI-powered weather prediction app, which would help farmers prepare for upcoming rains or droughts. This would help farmers to adjust planting schedules and irrigations and harvesting based on more accurate, personalized forecasting plans.
Thank you once again. With enough resources, we can develop in the AI chatbot that could. I have a problem with my microphone, sorry. We could develop health chatbot. So I want to thank one of our dear friends, the little girl who just talked about the AI tool the app that's developed for detecting COVID-19. My dear friend, thank you very much. If we could impact on such ideas, such a brilliant talent we have here in Uganda, so we could invest in more developing AI chatbots that could help detect health problems and also help in the diagnosis. As we know, in China, there's agent hospital that use AI-based technology in diagnosing all the sicknesses and giving medication to the patients. So with that, even if we don't have enough doctors in our hospital, the AI-powered tools can help solve the problems of disease and curing and prevention. And I can also talk about and elevate. With AI, we can develop a chatbot that will help students in learning. You can personally learn alone from wherever you are, so long as you have the devices and good internet. You could be able to learn. There are some mind-blowing games that have already been developed in place. Those are AI-based. So with that, it can improve on the intelligence level of our students, and it can really impact on the education system. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, panelists, for giving us what you think on the questions. Thank you, audience, for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I think our panel deserves another round of applause. As we get into our next session, I would like to welcome the next panelists and our moderator, Mr. Davis Twine.
All right, it's afternoon already. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Davis Twine, and all right, so we shall be discussing the topic of AI as a superpower for learning, how teens can use AI to unlock their full potential. So on the panel today, I have Mr. Arigitwe Rugendo, who is a journalist and the founder of Young Engineers Education Program and a member of the Presidential Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and Emerging Technologies. Please, you can have a seat here. And also I have Mr. Katende, Nestor Paul, and Mr. Moses Tuhame. All right, thank you. So I'll start maybe with talking generally about AI, and also, as we've said, as a country trying to build this capacity as a nation. So maybe I'll ask our panelists here maybe to tell us, for the teenagers curious about careers in AI or technology, how can they start building these skills today in and outside the classroom? I'll start with Mr. Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Maybe for the young ones, they need to know what they want. And this arises out of exposure. They need to be exposed on a number of situations out of which they can develop ideas. Now, the panelists who have just left, and the lady Muwezi who was here before, their stories are linked to what motivated them to do what they are doing. So we need to ensure that that exposure happens. And if possible, it should be guided. Some of them might get lost out there in AI and fail to come up with ideas that focus on specific problems. Because the issue is to solve problems, not to have the technology per se. Yeah, that's what I can say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Katende, what's your take on this?
Okay. Thank you so much. I think, like my elder has shared here, is that exposure is very important, especially for young people. It's important that we introduce this curricula or technologies at a very young stage when they're still in secondary or primary. One of the reasons as to why I think that there's a low adoption of AI, especially in Africa or in Uganda, is because of the low levels of exposure. Many people do not know what this technology is, or people assume they understand AI, but they don't understand what AI is, especially when it comes to the Ugandan context, the Ugandan story, the Ugandan narrative. And so I will not differ a lot from what my elder shared here. Exposure is extremely, extremely important. Someone has to pay the price to take AI education or AI awareness across the country to the young people as fast as possible.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Rinitwe.
Thank you very much. I'm also happy to be here. I work with the children. I'm a journalist, but I work with children at the Young Engineers STEM education program within schools. And we've experienced this firsthand with children. All I would say is I think we need to begin from the attitude at the top level, at the policy level. What is the policy in Uganda about the future of work, about the future of education? And I think this is where the problem is. And for children or teenagers to begin to adopt these technologies, it has to begin with the policy. The policy currently, I think, is that we are trying to look at the competence-based curriculum, for example, which focuses on enabling children enhance their critical thinking skills, their curiosity, to arouse their curiosity, for example, but also their innovative skills, their problem-solving skills. And so therefore, what I would say is that we ought to begin with the curriculum. I'm here, Moses, my friend, is here. How is the curriculum tailored towards crafting new ways of learning, new ways of teaching? And I think this is where it begins. Because children and teenagers will always follow, because they always want to associate with something that excites them. If the policy is that we are doing away with rote learning and going to children or teenager-centered learning, and these are the tools, and this is the curriculum, then I think the continent, the country, will tag along and will be able to be, to follow, to move with the rest of the world. I was a member, like you introduced me, of the presidential task force that started work in 2019. The task force was about writing a fourth industrial revolution report for the country and where the country is supposed to go. We did that report, and I think we handed it over in 2020 to 2022 to the government. I don't know, and some of these questions were answered there, and I said the problem now, the challenge is the policy. Who is implementing this report? I'm sure, of course, maybe STI probably has a copy of this, and maybe they are following up a few things here and there. But like I've said, have the policy right, have the curriculum adopt to the future of work, to the future needs of children, of teenagers, or future generation, and the children will tag along and will have the best of it and be able to balance with the rest of the world.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rinitwe. You spoke about something exciting, which is tools, and you see we have such a young audience here. Maybe I just wanted to ask you, gentlemen, as educators, as people in your field, we have someone from the Curriculum Center, a journalist. Maybe can you share some exciting AI tools you would recommend to the teens here, to make their learning more easy, fun, and engaging as we embark on this journey? I'll start here with Mr. Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much. There are quite a number of tools. Someone was mentioning ChatGPT. There are a number of Google tools, many of them. But of course, the issue is they need to be guided. There are quite many. As educators, we possibly need to guide and select them and vet some of them so that we put up stations or sites or spaces where they can go and follow them up. We've seen tools that can help in career guidance. We have this challenge of students. I believe that A-level students here, you find a person is doing a combination like history, economics, geography. You ask them what they want to become. Someone tells you, I want to become an engineer. So the issue is, what will take you there? You don't know even the subject. So if we have tools that can guide them about the careers they can do, well and good. Then we also have tools that can help them identify their personalities. We have a challenge. You're in school, you're doing whatever you're doing, but you don't know who you are. So those tools are there, and they have worked, and people are using them. So it's quite a lot, but they need to be guided.
All right, Mr. Katende, some of the exciting tools that you recommend to our young generation here?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I'll start this way before I talk about the tools. Tools are many. One time we were doing a training in some University X, and some people there had a problem with exposing these tools to young people, saying that these tools are going to make them dumb, they're going to make them dense, which I think is a very wrong conversation and narrative to believe. I think these tools should be used. I think they simply make the student better. They simply make the student to be more innovative, more creative. So it depends on which kind of tool you are going to expose your child to. I think the bias of parents, obviously there is a bias, algorithmic bias, and of course there should be that parental guidance as well, but I think it's important that we expose these tools to these young people to know how to navigate them. Quite a number of them. I mean, if you're talking of, the AI tools we have, for example, Perplexity, which helps you in terms of research work. The paid version of ChatGPT has quite a number of tools in there for data analytics, DALL-E, designing of flyers and what have you. So the paid version of ChatGPT has kind of like a whole ecosystem of that. Quillabots is also a wonderful one. There's also one they call Photomath. Photomath helps in mathematics. Those of us that are doing, who have children who are doing homework. But also ChatGPT is really, really good because even if you have the free one, it has the voice command one. I have a little sister at home, and so sometimes when we are doing her math work, we put on that voice ChatGPT, and then she actually begins conversing with this ChatGPT. So she asks the ChatGPT, what is this? And then the ChatGPT replies in real time. I think it is important that these young brains are exposed to this as opposed to, being very averse in terms of what these algorithms can do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katende. Maybe for Mr. Arini too. So the members here have talked about the tools, and Mr. Katende said that some of the AI tools shouldn't be looked at in a bad way. He has said that some University X, they said they will make the students dull, they will make, not productive. So what are some of those common myths, and misunderstandings teens have, or even us? I don't know if I'm an adult or a teen, but what are some of those myths or misunderstandings that are there about AI currently in our country?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are quite many, and I agree with Katende and my colleagues here. I think the general myth is about, like he said, making teens or anyone who uses them dense, but the general myth is about AI eventually replacing the human element, in problem solving, and then we become slaves of machines, slaves of these solutions. And for me, I think I want to disagree with that. It's a myth, but the reality is that we are living in an environment of automation, and the future won't be without these tools, these solutions. I would want to say in a rudimentary way that I think internet, and of course that comes with AI, is the oxygen of the future. We just cannot say that we'll sit there and don't live without it. And I disagree with the parents who don't want to allow their children to explore. And for me, so that's the reality. So the myth is that, but the fact is that human skills, human element, always a question where you are talking about what tools. I think for you children and the rest of the teens out there, the point is that I think that these are very good, these are opportunities for all of us, which for some of us in our generation we didn't have, but now you have them. You have an opportunity to command machines to sort of tailor solutions to your career, that this is what I want. If you set out, say, I want to be a doctor, then look for tools, search for those tools that resonate, that align with what you want to be. And therefore, you'll find the solutions. And there are so many out there. Every other day, AI tools are being developed. Even here in Uganda, people are developing AI tools. It is, I think, this young man, Kitaka, who has done something about language processing for Uganda, a sort of ChatGPT version that comes out and gives solutions in Uganda. And there's so much discovery there. And so the children of today, the teens of today have very curious minds. And that's very important. And so therefore, AI is there for you to help you exact your ideas, the sort of dreams you have, the sort of solutions you want for the environment that you live in, the problems that you face, the challenges that we face as a world. You have a chance. So use it very well. And I think in this case, also we parents, I'm a parent, it is important that we work together with the children. You just don't have to leave it to them to say that they find solutions. They might find solutions. There is bad AI, there's also good AI. So if use good AI to sort of bad AI or to identify what bad AI is. And at his place at NCDC, but you have the help here. And command good things, it will give you good things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Renito. Maybe from our discussion now so far, we have seen that, AI is good, or to some extent, and to a very big extent, we all agree, and we say that, let's use it to our advantage and also to drive this sector forward. So maybe as a parting shot, as we close out this session, is what advice would you give to the teens to stay safe, and responsible, ethically? Mostly we want to tailor this maybe to when it comes to, doing some projects and maybe homework, because I've participated in very many, how can I call them? Okay, they're like, grant proposal kind of things. Someone develops a certain concept, but you can see the human touch is missing. Like mostly it is, it doesn't communicate very, very well. So generally in a nutshell, as we close out this, what are those some of the advice you would give to the teens to stay safe, responsible, and maybe also ethically while using these AI tools? Specifically, I could say to school projects and maybe schoolwork. Maybe let me go first with Mr. Katende, then Moses, and then Arinito.
Thank you so much. Just to speak to our young people here, because I'm also young. Number one, your background does not matter as of to whether you're going to do. It has a very good space when you're in secondary school and you're going to do computer science, computer engineering. Beautiful, okay? But even if you do history and literature, you still have an opportunity, a space in this conversation, right? Because one of the things we're doing as OTIC Foundation is that we're trying to democratize artificial intelligence across the whole nation, working with the Ministry of ICT, doing this across 6 universities and all the national ICT innovation hubs across the country. One thing is they're saying is that AI is for everyone, regardless of your background, because it's an industry evolution. It's a bedrock technology defining cash flow systems and structures and curricula in this time. So that's number one. Number two, because it's for everyone regardless of your background, it means that you have an opportunity to innovate, to tap into your inner self, right? You are unique in your own way. You have your own print and distinction to create the future you want to create. Artificial intelligence is simply a tool, like any other tool that you can use to innovate. So look into yourself. Don't feel biased that because I'm not performing very well in mathematics, therefore I don't think I can understand these AI things, they're very difficult. No. Do you know what? We're into AI, my personal testimony. We're into AI, building algorithms, research proposals with different organizations across nationally and internationally. But my first undergraduate degree was community psychology from Makerere University. Community psychology. That means I didn't have any background. But that did not stop me from building a brand, from accepting a responsibility to democratize AI across the country, and that's far where OTIC has gone. Believe in yourself. Do not let any man intimidate you because of your youth or because you are young. You can innovate, you can be a distinct person wherever you are, and the future is yours. The sky is no limit. There's no limit for you, okay? So believe in yourself, regardless of your background, tap into that inner voice in you, and you're gonna shake the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If I go to ChatGPT and ask it, if I want to commit suicide, how fast can I do that? Will it give answers or not? It will give answers. And in a short time, I can commit suicide. What am I saying? Use AI for good things. Use AI for good reasons. Now, for us in technology, we can get to, let's say, the local area network or whatever. We cut out the sites we don't want these people to access. But we shall not do that 100%. Now, it is up to you as a person to use it for good reasons. Then secondly, we search for a lot of things, and then we present them as ours. It would be a good idea that if you've got support from a tool, please say so. Tell me that I was assisted by this to do ABC. Because what is important is to come up with solutions. Then I would guide that you always share with your colleagues where you get challenges. Because when we use these gadgets, that's research we need to do. For how long should we be in front of a gadget? In 24 hours. So let's share our challenges. Let's not bully others who are on our networks. Then we shall be getting the best out of it. On the side of the National Curriculum Development Center, across levels, we develop curriculum for, from early childhood up to A level. We've put guidance to guide all learners on how to use ICT. And we have included the components of ethical use of ICTs. Please, we put the guidelines, but again, it starts with us. Let's be Christian, let's be religious to do good things with the AI. Otherwise, it might go outside our control and it will be a big problem to all of us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I would want to say this. Let's picture a scenario. 20 years from now, everybody is AI oriented. Who will be in a unique position? It is the person who will have the human touch to AI that will be the uniquest person or the uniquest element within that whole quagmire. So for me, I would want to refer you to the Bible. In the Bible, we read that God said, created man to have dominion over everything. The point was that the human touch supersedes everything. So if you have the human touch to all these things, you stand out. That's the point. And so your question was actually about even how to ethically, bring in the schoolwork and all this. I have seen my own children when they come home with their homework and they say, "Daddy, give me a phone. I want to," and I'm very uncomfortable with it. But that's research. That's their world. But the point is, for me, is once the child has picked it and has found the answer, I make the extra mile to say, yes, interpret it for me using your own understanding, not the phone's understanding. So the point is that along the way, yes, these gadgets are with us. We are not going to do anything about it. But the point for you teenagers is that always emphasize the human touch, the human element. The machine should not be the total solution. The machine is the enabler to your own thinking. That is why when you are commanding it, it starts with your brain. It doesn't start with the phone. So at the end of the day is that we want to see a product of that works with machines, that knows how to work with AI, not how AI wants to work with the human beings. And so, you children, let me tell you that you need to stand out at the end of the day. Stand out of the crowd. If you know you are able to combine the human touch with AI skills, you'll be the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my panelists. That's it from us. I hope we have gotten something to take home. Can give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you so much for that session. As we're getting into our final panel session, I would like to call on stage Miss Cynthia Mugumya, who will be joining a multi-city panel that will be watching with the rest. Cynthia is a passionate student from Kampala Diplomatic School. She is a researcher. She's an enthusiast of robotics, and we are glad to have her on board. She's also a member of the Knowledge Society.
So a Lebanon account is muted. We have sent you a request to unmute it. Can you do it, guys?
Also, Leon, could you please adjust your camera that participant will be in the center of your frame?
Yes, and less head space, please. And can we do combined sound checkup with Leon too? Can you unmute the? Now you can speak, I think. So can we ask Leon to say a couple of words, please? The panelist. I mean the panelist.
Wie das funktioniert. Ist das dann immer noch verzögert?
So asking Leon to pronounce a couple of words so that we can do the sound check, guys.
Hello, everyone.
This is the Lebanon, and it's great. Now it's Leon's turn.
On a un petit peu de temps. Est-ce que vous connaissiez déjà Suno, par exemple, le logiciel pour faire de la musique? Alors cet après-midi, on va avoir des ateliers à 15h et 16h justement avec l'ENE, où si vous êtes
Ժողովուրդ կարանք խնդրենք շատ հայելի դրսում։ Այսօր խոզային չեք դարել։
Լիոն։
Մի հատ ուրիշ բան խեղարա, էլի, բանը generic թմոդիր, էլի։ So guys, can you hear us from Leon? Can Leon hear us? Okay, can you unmute yourself, please, because we cannot unmute your account. Berlin backup. Okay, hesa հերթով անենք, էլի, լիլ. So let's test. So yeah, let's test one more time with Leon. Guys, we cannot unmute your account. We have sent you a request to unmute yourself. Can you do it from the settings? Generate. Guys, yes, now Leon can be heard, I think. Can you just say a couple of words, please? Asking the panelist.
Hello.
This is the Lebanon speaking.
Lebanon,
can you hear us? Can you hear us? Lebanon, can you hear us?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, okay, can Jonathan's account,
Yeah,
can Berlin say a couple of words so that we can see if other speakers can hear you? Can you say a couple of words, please? Just say something.
Yeah, hi, I can hear you very well.
So, can Lebanon hear what was said?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you can hear. Can you hear me now? Can Lebanon hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Can we do the test, sound test with
Leon.
Leon, please? Can anyone from Leon hear us, guys? Չեն լսում աչքից Էլի։ And որներ մեկը Kampala, So Kampala can hear us, and can you do the sound check, please? Just a couple of words, please. Hello. So we are going with this setup, and just a double checking question, and we are not replacing the background, correct? Is this correct? Չենք հասցնելու մի հատ էլ վիդեո կայարա էլի այն բանը մեփը. Can Kampala hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, and we are going live without a background, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. So only Leon is left. Okay, can we do the sound check and with Leon? Can they check the video player recorded nerits? Pre-recorded nerits. Որն ամենակարճ pre-recorded-ը? Pre-recorded nerits կարճ որն է? Առաջինը Ստյուարտի, Մայքլ Ստյուարտի, ինչքան էր?
20 րոպե։
Իսկ այն մյուսը ինչքան է?
30
Իսկ էլ չունենք, չէ՞։ Play անենք, շող մի հատ կրկնի թայ, բան 4 րոպե էլի։ Okay.
Test.
Չէ, Սևանեն, բայց իրանց հետ այլ ենք օքեյ աղել բան տեստը, երեք չառաջորն ենք։
Այո։
Ինչքան է։
Շի 4 րոպե դրեց։ Sevanajan Kavik,
So for everyone, we are waiting to solve the technical issue with Leon, and then we'll go live, okay? Just a couple of minutes, please.
Sevanajan, listen, Mike. Hello.
Sevana.
Unner. Unner. Awesome. Իվարկան plus, երեք.
Leon Spavshan Jet.
Ահա։ Երեք։ Ինչ էր անունը։
Sevanajan ողջույն։ Hello.
Sevana.
Sevanajan ողջույն։ Sevanajan, listen, Mike, miss.
Sevana.
Ես ասպաս, եկդ մի թանը մի հատ էլ
Մեզ լսում ես։
Berlin даже backup
Հա, տեսնեմ։
Եկավ Leon, հիմա
Անջատում եմ Sevana.
Can we try one more time with Leon, please? Can you hear us? No, you cannot. And can you say something? So, over moderator. So Beirut is moderating this panel, and unfortunately we need to miss Leon. So we are going live with 3 participants. Oh, sorry for that, guys. So we're doing with Kampala, Berlin, and Beirut. We have 1.5 minutes left because we cannot prolong this time any longer. So we are starting 10 minutes late. It means that we need to wrap up within 20 minutes. Can I ask all the participants just to confirm that you can hear my voice and
just shake your hands?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, and I want to hear the Kampala voice. Can I hear Kampala?
Leona Cenk
Իրանք շարունակեք մինչև մենք կպնենք կամ չկպնենք։
Ահա, հա, դեռ
իրանցով ենք անում։
Մի հատ Kampala-ի ձայնը ոնց խնդիր ունի էլի մի հատ սա։
Kampala,
Kampala, can you speak a couple of words?
Hello. Okay. Մի հատ էս ինչ ավելի
Ցածրա ձայնը։
Kampala-ին չկա։
We cannot hear Kampala, guys. Can you speak again?
Hello.
Yeah, now we can, yeah.
Okay.
So it means that 25 seconds left. I'll do the countdown starting from 10 then. Բայց լը տեսեք կապը ինչ է։
Այդ Kampala-ն է։
Okay. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're live.
Hello, everyone. As you can see, we are going to be holding a panel session with our panelists. We have Cynthia from Kampala, we have Hannah from Berlin, and myself. I will be your moderator. My name is Haig. I was a former TUMO Beirut student, and I will be holding this session. So our topic for today is virtually friends. One of the most important topics of this conference, AI Teen Conference, hosted by TUMO. So we're going to be talking about the impact of AI in friendship, in human relations, and etc. So today we have rich panelists, and we're going to be talking about this topic. So I want to start off with an introductory question. So I want each of the panelists to define what is friendship, what criteria does someone have to be considered your friend? What are the skills? What are the qualities? Can we start with Hannah, please, from Berlin?
Yeah, I define a friend someone who I can talk to without any context. So if I have something on my mind, if I have a question, or if I just don't feel like being alone at a specific time, I could go to that friend, talk to them, and we could just have a conversation, have some fun together, and that's what I define a friend. And the qualities they should have is someone who's willing to talk to me, someone who's nice and willing to go into, and who's willing to compromise so that the friendship would work.
So, as we can hear from Hannah, she says that friendship has to be spontaneous, right? Something spontaneous. You can talk with them. You can be yourself with them. You can be your own in your own body. We can say like that. So let's move to the next panelist. The same question, please. Cynthia from Kampala, what's your take on friendship?
I would say for me, a friend is someone I can talk to and bond with. And one quality I know they should have is emotional understanding, because I know I want to talk to someone who is going to have that connection and understanding that I would need, like, as a person. So, yeah.
So you highlighted the emotional aspect of friendship. That's one of the key aspects of AI. When we include AI in our friendships, will the emotional side of the friendship continue, or will we have an emotionless interaction with ourselves when we ask the AI a question about friendship or about a topic that is emotionally related to you? Can you ask the AI, will it supply you the information you need like a friend can, like your best friend can? Can you ask the AI questions you can ask your friend? And we know that AI is usually non-judgmental. So will this help you, or will this negatively impact you in your social skills in general? I know the question has multiple parts, so let's first talk about how AI, what are the pros and cons of AI? If you include AI in your friendships, is it good? Is it bad? What are the good parts? What are the bad parts? And then we'll talk about your own opinion.
Oui.
Can we start with Cynthia, please? What are the pros and cons of AI when we include it in our?
So in my opinion, I'd say including AI in your friendship. I mean, if let's say you have like a friend you're talking to and you have a feeling they're a bit judgmental, you have to go and talk to your AI because, well, they're not really judgmental, but they lack that human connection that you actually need. Like if you need someone to talk to, you really need that emotional understanding, and AI really doesn't have that. It's mostly based off of logic, and in most cases, that's not what someone really needs. So as much as AI will be like more, less judgmental and more kind of more present and more available than some humans can be, it won't really have that human connection which you really need in like a situation like that. So
just a follow-up question to you, Cynthia. If we program the AI to be able to respond in a way that makes you feel like it's a human connection, will it still not suffice? And will it not be as good as a human friend? Are you still adamant on that point? That even if we program the AI to be able to respond in a humanistic way, will it still not be on par with your human friend?
I mean, AI, like, if it could be as good as human connection, I mean, that's great. But to be honest, AI shouldn't be a barrier between human connection. It should be more of a bridge. So I honestly wouldn't support having an AI that is just as good as a human when it comes to emotional understanding. Because, I mean, AI is AI, right? So in cases where, let's say you're having a bad day, you need like someone besides you and whatnot, you're not going to have like an AI. Well, your AI won't be as good as a human. You need maybe like a very long hug, a shoulder to cry on, and whatnot. I mean, AI is great if it could, but right now it can't. And honestly, it all comes down to that emotional connection and understanding you need from a human. But honestly, AI wouldn't provide that as good as a human would.
Okay, let's shift to Hannah, please. What's your take? Can we include AI in our friendships, or will it ever be possible, or always AI will remain this logical, this helpful tool that cannot really take in emotions and understand your emotions and help you emotionally? What's your take on that?
I think while we have AI, we should use as much as possible. And when you have an AI you're talking to rather than a human, you won't have fear of being judged or that it could be perceived in a negative way, what you're saying. So you can open up to an AI just like you would in your journal and it can give some sort of logical feedback, so it could help you to sort your thoughts before you can say them to a friend. Or also realize what could be a little offensive and what couldn't. And I think it would just give you a better overview of how you're communicating with your friends so that you can actually improve those relationships. For instance, if I made a mistake and I feel bad about it, I could go to an AI, tell them about it, and they would give me feedback how I could do it better, how I could improve on it. But if I have more of an emotional problem with it, as in guilt feelings or something like that, I would prefer a human. So AI is more pragmatic and wants to solve a problem. Meanwhile, humans would more beat around the bush, help you with your emotions, something like that. So I would separate my emotions, my feelings for the cause, why I'm even feeling that, and go to an AI with it, and then the actual feeling, go to a friend with it.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice idea. So you think that we can use the AI before talking with our friends? So we use it one step before talking with our friends. We sort our thoughts, and then we go and talk to our friends, so that it helps us to avoid conflicts. Did I understand it right?
Exactly. Like you can use it as a journal, which is just more reactive and also gives you feedback.
Okay. So let's think of a hypothetical situation. You wake up at 3 a.m. after a nightmare, and you need someone to help you, to guide you. You can't sleep, you can't do anything, and your best friend is asleep, and you tried calling them, and they're not responding. So, will you use the AI in this case? Will you ask them, please, I need someone to support me in this or that way? You're depressed at 3 a.m. You can't do anything. What do you think you should do? You should ask the AI, or you should not ask the AI and stick to your principles that the AI cannot understand emotions and etc. So what do you think about this, Cynthia?
Well, if you're waking up in the middle of the night and you just really need a friend to talk to, I wouldn't recommend going to AI. I mean, you could just go to talk to your AI just for the sake of talking about it. But in a situation like that, just like waking up in the middle of the night, you can't sleep, something would really be up. And what you need is like someone who would understand you emotionally, someone you'd have like a personal experience with, and they would know how to guide you based off of what they know about you. But if it's like a situation where maybe you can't reach anyone, I mean, you could talk to your AI. Although chances are really high, you're going to get like logical responses, but I mean, I guess it could help. But what you'd really need is in a situation like that is a human connection.
Otil, Leon, did you hear the question?
Yes.
Could you please give us your take on the question?
What would I do at 3 a.m. in that situation? To be honest.
Gestützte Simulationsplattform, die dabei hilft.
Sorry, we had a technical issue. I think I could try to talk to the AI, but honestly, I'm not sure it would be that helpful, because the AI doesn't know me very well. It can't understand what I'm going through that well. All it has is how do I explain? It can try to make a response, but it's only going to use things from its database, nothing, it can't think. Sorry, I'm just...
Okay, good. So, do you think if someone thinks that they can use AI as a friendship, for friendship, they think that AI is a good friend, will this make them less socially tolerant or socially active? Will they be dependent on the AI for their social satisfaction? Will they always resort to the AI to ask them questions? They will not even try going into societies, asking questions, trying to make friends. They will always resort to the AI. You think this can ever happen if someone agrees that AI can be your friend? Let's assume that they think that AI is a good friend. Will this make them less socially active, as I said? Can we, Cynthia, please elaborate on this?
I'd say this would make them less socially active because depending too much on AI, the thing about AI is that, let me give an example of having fights with your friend. If you were to do that with AI, you wouldn't really have a fight with AI, right? And when it comes to real friendships and you have a fight, you need to know how to navigate these relationships. Yes, it will be hard, but you need to know how to get through it. And AI kind of removes these challenges. So if you've been too dependent on AI and then it comes in a real life situation where you have like a fight with someone and you don't really know how to get by it, it could really complicate your real life relationships, which don't kind of support this whole, you could talk to your AI, it's fine, but growing a strong bond with it and neglecting the more human relationships will really affect you, maybe looking long term. Because if you're looking to maybe get like a human best friend, you're tired of talking to AI all the time, the logical responses, and let's say you guys have your first fight, you won't really know how to navigate through it, and you could potentially lose one of your friends or even more because of that.
So you think that AI as a friend can be used as a last resort, but we should try first, right? We should try to make new friends, and then if it doesn't work, maybe we can, as a last resort, try with the AI. If we're very, very depressed and there's no way out of it, we can resort to the AI. Do you agree on this or no?
Yes, but no. AI shouldn't be a barrier between human relationships, to be honest, because humans came first and first come, first serve, that's like a standard rule. So honestly, this whole AI thing about people growing bonds with AI, generally it shouldn't clash with the human relationships. A human bond should be way stronger than a computer and an actual person.
One last thing. I was searching on the web yesterday and I saw that there was a device called Friend that you put on your neck and it gives you direct advice. For example, if you're walking in the park or you're eating something, it will tell you how was the food, how was everything. Directly to talk with you. Do you think this is a good idea? They're developing stuff and I saw that it's $100. You can buy it and put it on your neck and it will give you direct responses. So do you think this is a good idea? Can we start with Hannah, please?
I would prefer not to do something like that because AI is kind of limited in physically. And I think that's also a positive thing that it's limited because that would also mean that we still have to build these human relationships. And AI will always have these limits. And when you use that more and more, you'll realize that. And it will also make people compelled to make relationships with other humans. And I think that if you had that friend always with you, it would take some of the limitations of AI and make us more reliant on it, which I wouldn't really think would be that great. I think it should always be an option, but not the only option.
Good to hear. Clotilde, can you elaborate on this last question, please?
Yes. Personally, I don't think that it's that great of an idea, like as I said before, because the line between reality and AI shouldn't be blurred. So it should be kept on your phone, I think, or on your computer, and not everywhere you go tell you everything you should do. I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this was my last question. Thank you to all the. So, okay, let me wrap up with the last question. What do you think the ethical implications of introducing AI into our friendships? What are the ethical implications when you share your secrets with an AI? Are your secrets being kept secret, or are they going into a large database where everyone can access them? Just briefly, can each of you give you their opinion on this? Can we start with Cynthia?
Well, I would say they're kind of kept secret. Yes, they go to this large database, but I mean, actually, people don't have access to this database, at least I hope. But I mean, they are kept secret unless someday, somehow, AI gets better and just turns against us, knowing all this stuff about us and decides to use everything against us. Hopefully not. But I think, at least I hope, everything is kept secret as much as it's stored in this large database of AI.
Okay, thank you. Hanak, could you just a brief opinion on this, please?
I think your secrets would also be kept pretty secret if you tell them to an AI, but also if you have a friend you would trust, they would also be pretty secret. And then again, in the cloud-based, in some point, it could be accessed, and it will always be somewhat retrievable. If you had a secret from 2 years ago, or you liked someone back then, you can always come back to it and see what were your secrets back then, what was important to you. Meanwhile, with a friend, they might not remember it. So you kind of have, like I said, a mini journal, a little timestamp of what your secrets were, what was important to you, what you valued and kept for yourself, kind of. And that's why I think having secrets with an AI is, again, like having a journal, and they would be kept pretty secret.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone who joined. We were live from Beirut. Next is Berlin.
Hi, thank you so much.
Round of applause for our panelists. Yes, I know most of you must be hungry, and this is the last activity on the program. We'll have a presentation from Mr. Cosmas Koech. He will be presenting, he will tell you what he's going to say. Can't preempt what he's going to say, and then we'll have our lunch session and the departure at leisure.
Great, okay, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know the energy levels are a bit low now because it's been an intense day, but nonetheless, I'm not here anyway to give a presentation as my friend David mentioned. I'm just here to thank you for your participation today. So I would like to acknowledge and recognize the presence of Dr. Cosmas. I don't want to steal the limelight from him by virtue of being having similar first names. But thanks a lot, Dr. Cosmas and the whole Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat in the Office of the President for working with us to actually make this event successful. And as we bring the day to a close, I want to also express my deepest appreciation for the energy, the bold ideas that have filled this space from the morning. I've been intrigued by what has happened. We've witnessed the future, which is shaped by young minds who are eager to explore potential of artificial intelligence to solve real-world challenges. And I was very happy to hear about some of the ideas that you guys have. I was inspired, given that globally we always think that probably we are behind in many things. But I'm happy to learn that we have bright minds amongst us with bright ideas who are actually thinking and working towards advancing our push in the frontier technologies. So what I've learned today is that AI is a tool for change, whether in education, healthcare, climate. You have the power to shape how it's used. So to me, and what I see is that collaboration is key. We are part of a global movement, as we've seen, with TUMO taking lead in shaping and putting together the discussion across 16 cities globally. And so my push to you is that we stay connected, we keep learning, we support each other's journeys, and we actually make this a reality. What I've learned also is that ethics and responsibility matter a lot. So I like the fact that the government, through STI in the Office of the President, is actually leading the way so that we build an AI that is inclusive, fair, and beneficial to everyone. So a huge thank you to all our partners, most importantly, of course, STI, the speakers, the panelists, the teachers for bringing your students to interact with us today and making the event seamless and impactful. And not the least is that I also want to thank our students. You are the reason why we are here today. Keep asking those questions, keep innovating, and never stop dreaming big and thinking about those ideas that we can actually push to change our society. So as today's event ends, the AI journey continues. So it is not the end, but actually the beginning. Take what you've learned, share it, use it to create a better, smarter, and more inclusive world within the society and where you will be. This live stream is actually available on YouTube. We are going to be sharing more information about these and other events to come. And I hope to be seeing you in other engagements like this that will come. As I mentioned, this is just the beginning. And so let's keep the discussion going. Let's keep those ideas flowing. Let's keep innovating and ensuring that we're not being left by the rest of the world in advancing these frontier technologies to help us make our lives better in the years to come. So thanks a lot. I will want to wrap this session and invite you to lunch. So I hope we are set up for lunch. So I think we should be going to that sort of aspect in there. So I'm being reminded that we should have a photo operation just to be able to capture the moments of today, just for future learning. So we'll go outside near the banner. We'll be guided on how we are going to be taking the photo. And after that, we'll have lunch and we'll leave at pleasure. Thanks a lot.
So for the photo, let's all come here. Yes, we're going to have two. We'll have one here and the other one outside. Yes, despite the hunger, please smile, smile. Okay. Yeah, we can have two lines. I wish we could make maybe the word AI, I don't know. But, yeah.
Dara, can you say something? Again?
So I'm going to, is it called chanting? In AI, in STI, we say, when we say STI, we all say making Uganda the best. So we are all patriots. I will, I don't know, they have not corrected me. Chanting or whatever, we are going to scream, making Uganda the best. Okay, that is the next one. STI. When I say AI, what do you say? Okay, then maybe we should jump and say AI, right? 1, 2, 3, AI. Okay, I think that's a nice one. So we can have another one outside here. Please don't get tired. We are. So here we can have several layers. I think some people can squat. Yeah, some people can squat in front.
Okay. Let's say something. Hello. Okay.
Right now putting 1 minute timer.
Okay, 1 minute timer going. Yes. Please say something. No.
Okay, let's all gather here, please. So we'll also have school photos, individual photos.
Okay, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds, and just because whenever you don't talk and then after you lose yourself, just speak all the time. Okay, say it again, Hadassah. You mean it? You should go and fly away. Yes, yes. We have 1 minute.
We're set? Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So we can have different schools, eh?